So most high willing, everything is good. I'm gonna just check some stuff out, make sure we're good to go, and we're gonna start to read Demonology of King James. And people have talked about this book for a while. I hope y'all was able to see that good. But people have talked about this book for a while. I've heard things, but nobody's really read anything live that I know of. Maybe y'all have heard somebody read live or just in a video, but I never have. I've always heard negative things from people, but nobody reading it. Okay, so let me just make sure we're good to go, and then we can get into it. Let me make sure I'm recording on what I want to record on real quick. Yeah, that was good. Okay, now let me check this one real quick. This one I know should be good. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Okay, I just want to check. All right. So this book is pretty small. I mean, I did a review on it, but I did the review on it before I read the whole thing. It's only 75 pages in this book, I think. It's pretty short. Yeah, only 75 pages. It's a very, very thin book. And yeah, it's not a lot to read. You can get through this in 1 month. Maybe some weeks. I don't know how fast you can read this, but you can read this pretty quick if you stick to it. Like I read this, I think I finished it at work. Matter of fact, yeah, I was reading it at work like crazy. And it was just getting better and better. So I still got a bookmark in there. So I'm gonna just start reading from it. I'm getting hungry already, y'all. I'm gonna tell y'all a little bit of what it's about, what it's about too, from my memory. So it's 3 different parts in this book, and I might actually get some information on it for you. Let me try to find out where it tells you about those 3 sections. It got a preface to it. Now I highlighted this part. It talks about the 3 books. It says I have put it. This is from the preface of it. It says I have put it in form of dialogue, which I have divided into 3 books. The first speaking of magic in general and necromancy in special. The second of sorcery and witchcraft. And the third contains a discourse of all these kinds of spirits and specters that appear and trouble people, together with a conclusion of the whole work. My intention in this labor is only to prove 2 things, as I have already said. The one, that such devilish arts have been and are, and the other, what exact trial and severe punishment they merit, and therefore reason what kind of things are possible to be performed in these arts, and etc. So basically, that's some of the stuff he goes over in here. It's a lot more stuff the preface talks about, but that's just a little bit of, Okay, so some of the stuff that I remember going into, and let me just say this real quick. Let me clarify which King James this is, because it could be more, so people know specifically the one I'm talking about is the King James that was in authority that allowed the 1611 KJV to be put together. He did not translate anything in this book. People think it was by him. He was just a person in authority that allowed a group of people to translate the scriptures into English. They came with the KJV. To my knowledge, King James never translated anything that came from the KJV. His name, I don't know if his name was ever listed in a group of people that worked on this book, but I know he was the king at the time. He had authority over the people that did this, but he didn't translate anything in here. But he did believe in the Old and New Testament and the book of Jasher and the Apocrypha. You can see that if you read enough of his book, Demonology. If you ever take time to read it. And if you are familiar with the Apocrypha and the book of Jasher, when you're reading it, you can catch certain parts where he referenced those books, which I have. And you can also tell he believed in the Apocrypha if you ever get a 1611 with the Apocrypha and this book too. But So I just wanted to clear that up. Now I've heard things. I'm gonna say this too before I read this. I've heard in the past that King James, I don't know if they say he was gay or homosexual or a child molester or something like that. I heard negative things, and they would say he's even responsible for writing demonology. So why would you read the Bible? Because or the KJV, they would say that, but they would try to make it sound like because he did those things, if he did those things, you should read the Bible. But that's not the only Bible out there. The KJV is just a version of the Bible. Am I here to say he didn't do those things? No, because I don't know what he did. And it ain't my business completely, what he did, if he did do those things. But if he did do them, that was probably at a point in his life where he was into the world. I mean, we all make mistakes, so could have been at that point if he did those things. I don't know if he did them though. Just stuff I heard. But what's in this book is pretty good. So let's get into this book. So even though they claim and said he did all these negative things, what does this book say? Let's read what this book say. Because they claim that this book is bad, you shouldn't read it, you shouldn't read the Bible because he is the author of this book. Let's see what this book say though. Because they don't even know what this book say. They never read this book. A lot of these people that claim he did those things and said all that, they ain't never read this book. They could never tell me anything in this book when I asked them about it. They're the reason I actually read the book. Because they would claim he did all these things and they talk about this book and then I'm like, okay, well, what does the book say? Nobody can tell me. So this is what the book says. Chapter 1, the first book. Now it's a conversation between two people. Their names are short for Phi and Epi. So I'm gonna start off reading this book, and I'm gonna say Phi when Phi is speaking, and Epi when Epi is speaking, etc. But eventually, I might just cut the Epi and Phi off and just read the book. So here we go. It says Phi. Hold on. Let me drink something real quick. All right. Now we can read. 5. I am surely very glad to have met with you this day, for I am of opinion that you can better resolve me of some things, whereof I stand in great doubt, nor any other whom with I could have met. Epi, in what I can that you like to ask at me, I will willingly and freely tell my opinion. Remember, he said his opinion. Now let's keep going. And if I prove it not sufficiently, I am heartily content that a better reason carry it away then. 5. What think you of these strange news? This is how it works, and y'all just read it as it is. What think you of these strange news, which now only furnishes purpose to all men at their meeting? I mean of these witches. Epi, surely they are wonderful, and I think such clear and plain confessions in that purpose have never fallen out in any age or country. 5. No question if they be true, but thereof the doctors doubt. Epi, what part of it doubt you of? 5. Even of all, for I can yet perceive. Perceive can mean understand, so I'm going to read it again. Even of all, for I can yet understand, and namely, that there is such a thing as witchcraft or witches. A lot of people's like that. But let's keep going. And I will pray can mean ask, and I will pray or ask you to resolve me thereof, if you may. For I'm sorry, I popped my foot and it distracted me. It was so loud. I don't know if y'all heard it, but it was so loud. Anyway, and I would pray or ask you to resolve me thereof, if you may. For I have reasoned with sundry in that matter, and yet could never be satisfied therein. Epi, I shall with good do my best. I can, but I think it the more difficult since you deny the thing itself in general. For as for as it is said in the logic schools, do not try to, let me move my bookmark. prove a negative. And then it says always, for that part that witchcraft and witches have been and are, the former part is clearly proved by the scriptures. What scriptures? Y'all probably know that, know the answer, but it's going to get into that. And the last, by daily experience and confession. So he's going by the scriptures, daily experience, and confessions by witches. Because he was a king, he had access to many people. Now let's keep going. 5. I know you will allege me, Saul's fathomness, and he's talking about Saul from the Bible, but we're gonna get into it. It says, but that as appears will not make much for you, Epi, not only that place, but divers others. But I marvel why that should not make much for me. 5. The reasons, it's already getting good, y'all. 5. The reasons are these. First, you may consider that Saul, being troubled in spirit and having fasted long before, as the text testifies. I like the fact that they was reading the scriptures. That's what I like. But let's keep going. As the text testifies, and being come to a woman that was wont to have such knowledge, and that to inquire at such important news, he having so guilty a conscience for his heinous offenses, and specially for that same unlawful curiosity and horrible defection. And then the woman and then the woman crying out upon the sudden in great admiration for the uncouth sight that she alleged to have seen, discovering him to be the king, though disguised, and denied by him before. It was no wonder, I say, that his sense being thus distracted, he could not perceive her voice, he being himself in another chamber. Well, they spelled it Chalmer, my bad, but I think that's supposed to be chamber. I think that's a typo. Let me circle it because I don't know if that's hold on. It's spelled CHLMER, but I don't know if that's how it's supposed to be. But anyway, it says he could not perceive her voice, he being himself in another chamber, if that's how it's supposed to be. But if it's chamber, okay, chamber. And seeing nothing. I think it's chamber. I think that's a typo. It could be. Whatever. This type of stuff happens. You know, I just circle it when it happens and check it out later on, but whatever. Okay, let's keep going. And seeing nothing. Next, what could be? Or was raised. The spirit of Samuel, profane, and against all theology. The devil in his likeness, question mark, as unapparent that either God those days had been sure. What spirit spake to them in their visions, or then that he could foretell what was to come thereafter? For prophecy proceeds only of God, and the devil has no knowledge of things to come. So this is what Phi is saying. So let's see what Epi says. A whole lot. So Epi says, yet if you will mark the words of the text, you will find clearly that Saul saw the apparition. That apparition. For giving you that Saul was in another chamber, they spelled it the same way again. I'm circling that. Okay. At the making of the circles and conjurations, needful for that purpose, as none of that craft will permit any others to behold at that time. Yet it is evident by the text that how some that once that unclean spirit was fully risen, she called in upon Saul. For it is said in the text that Saul knew him to be Samuel, which could not have been by the hearing tell only of an old man with a mantle, since there were many more old men dead in Israel other than Samuel, and the common wear of that whole country was mantles. As to the next, that it was not the spirit of Samuel, I grant, in the proving whereof you need not to insist, since all Christians of whatsoever sect agree upon that, and none but either the merely ignorant or necromancers or witches doubts thereof, and that the devil is permitted at sometimes to put himself in the likeness of the saints. It is plain in the scriptures where it is said that Satan can transform himself into an angel of light. Neither could that bring any inconvenience with the visions of the prophets, since it is most certain that God will not permit him to, that God will not permit him so to deceive his own, but only such as willfully deceive themselves by running to him, whom God then suffers to fall in their own traps, and justly permits them to be deluded with great efficiency of deceit, because they will not believe the truth, as Paul says, which people hate. They hate Paul, but anyway, let's keep going. As and as to the devil's foretelling of things to come, it is true that he knows not all things future, but yet that he knows part. The tragic events of this histories declare, which the wit of woman could never have forespoken, not that he has any prescience, which is only proper to God, or yet knows anything by looking on God as in a mirror, as the good angels do, he being ever debarred from the favorable presence and countenance of his creator, but only by one of these two means, either as being worldly wise and taught by a continual experience ever since creation, judges by likelihood of things to come, according to the like that has passed before, and the natural causes, in respect of the vicissitude of all things worldly, or else by God's imploring of him in turn, and so foreseeing thereof, as appears to have been in this, whereof we find the very like in Micaiah's prophetic discourse to King Ahab. But, I think I know what they're talking about, but let's keep going. But to prove this, my first proposition, that there can be such a thing as witchcraft and witches, there are many more places in the scriptures than this, as I said before. As first, in the law of God, it is plainly prohibited, but certain it is that the law of God speaks nothing in vain, neither does it lay curses or enjoin punishments upon shadows, condemning that to be ill, which is not in essence or being as we call it. Secondly, it is plain, where wicked Pharaoh's wise men imitated a number of Moses' miracles to harden the tyrant's heart thereby. Thirdly, said not Samuel to Saul, that disobedience is as the sin of witchcraft. To compare a thing that were not, it were too absurd. Fourth, was not Simon Magus a man of that craft? And fifth, what was she that had the spirit of Python, beside innumerable other places that were irksome to recite? So far we've already covered that witchcraft does exist in a number of places in the scriptures, and King James did cross-reference with two scriptures in the Bible. He also said some good stuff so far. So the book is pretty good, even though the book I have has some typos, but it's all good. All right, so the next chapter, we're on chapter 2 now, and I'm hungry already. Give me a moment. That'll help. All right, so chapter 2. I think I'm gonna read through these chapters pretty fast. Oh yeah, we're gonna get far. Oh yeah, these chapters short. Oh yeah. Okay. Chapter 2. It says 5. But I think it very strange that God should permit any man, since they bear his own image, to fall in so gross and filthy a defection. Epi. Although man, in his creation, was made to the image of the Creator, yet through his fall, having once lost it, it is but restored again, in part by grace only, to the elect. So all the rest, falling away from God, are given over in the hands of the devil, that enemy, to bear his image. And, ooh, man, let's keep going, let's keep going. And bearing once so given over, the greatest and the grossest impiety is the pleasantest and the most delightful to them. 5. But may it not suffice him to have indirectly the rule, and procured the perdition of so many souls by alluring them to vices, and to the following of their own appetites? Suppose he abused not so many simple souls, in making them directly acknowledge him for their master. Epi. No, surely, for he uses every man, whom of he has the rule, according to their complexion and knowledge, and so whom he finds most simple. Wow. This reminds me of a proverb where wisdom was trying to tell people how long will you be simple or don't be simple. And this right here was just saying, excuse me, the devil, it says, no, surely he uses every man whom of the my bad, of whom he has the rule according to their complexion and knowledge, and so whom he finds most simple. Simple people. That's what the Most High was trying not to have people to be simple. But a lot of people didn't want to listen to wisdom. They rejected knowledge. So trouble came to them. But anyway, let's keep going. Um, so it says I'm gonna go back to that last part. And so whom he finds most simple, he most plainly discloses himself to them. For he being the enemy of man's salvation, uses all the means he can to entrap them so far in his traps, as it may be unable to them thereafter, suppose they would, to rid themselves out of the same. 5. Then this sin is a sin against the Holy Ghost. Epi. It is in some, but not in all. 5. How's that? Are not all these that run directly to the devil in one category? Epi. God forbid. For the sin against the Holy Ghost has two branches. The one of falling back from the whole service of God and a refusal of all his precepts. The other is the doing of the first with knowledge, knowing that they do wrong against their own conscience and the testimony of the Holy Spirit, having once had a taste of the sweetness of God's mercies. Now, in the first of these two, all sorts of necromancers, enchanters, or witches are comprehended. But in the last, none but such as errs with this knowledge that I have spoken of. 5. Then it appears that there are more sorts, not just one, that are directly professors of his service. And if so be, I ask you, tell me how many and what they are. Epi. They are principally two sorts, whereunto all the parties of that unhappier art are reacted, or redacted, if I said it right. Whereof one is called magic or necromancy, the other sorcery or witchcraft. 5. What, I ask you, and how many are the names whereby the devil allures persons in any of these snares? Epi. Even by these three passions that are within ourselves, curiosity and great imaginations, theft of revenge. I'm just thinking about that. Theft of revenge for some torture deeply apprehended, or greedy appetite caused through great poverty. As to the first of these, curiosity, it is only the enticement of magicians or necromancers, and the other two are the allures of the sorcerers or witches. For that old and crafty serpent, Being a spirit, he easily pays our affections and so conforms himself thereto, to deceive us to our destruction. Trying to move this out the way real quick. Okay, there we go. I'm just checking something out. I see some comments. Let me read this real quick. This is from my YouTube channel. It says, from L. Gross, Demonology of King James is okay. So is King James Book of Sports. I never read that. And it says AV 1611 is unbeatable though. Okay. Well, I disagree with that last part. I got a better Bible than that, but it's still a pretty good book. A really good book. Let's keep going though. Chapter 3. 5. I would gladly first hear what thing it is that you call magic or necromancy. The word magic in the Persian tongue imports as much as to be any contemplator or interpreter of divine and heavenly sciences, which being first used among the Chaldeans through their ignorance of the true divinity, was esteemed and reputed among them as a principal virtue, and therefore was named unjustly within horrible stele, which name the Greeks imitated, generally importing all these kinds of unlawful arts. And this word necromancy is a Greek word compounded of necron and mantia, which is to say the prophecies by the dead. This last name is given to this black and unlawful science by the figure Sinidochi. Now let me just stop right here and say this. So far, we've read good stuff, but the main things I want to put out there is this book is telling us that witches exist, and it's giving us some of the stuff they do. It probably hasn't given us details of what they do yet, but it's also telling us that it's unlawful. It just says something. It says this last name is given to this black and unlawful science. So it's telling you that these things are unlawful. King James isn't saying that you should do witchcraft, become a witch, become a sorcerer, or anything like that. He's saying the opposite. He's saying that this is unlawful, and he's going to tell you the punishments for it. And so far, I mean, y'all heard the book. You can make up your minds. So for people who say King James is this and that, don't read Demonology or the Bible, the King James Version, because he wrote Demonology. Do they know what they're talking about? Let's keep reading. So it says, I'm going to start back over right here. It says the last name is given, because it was talking about necromancy. It says necromancy, I'll go right there. Necromancy is a Greek word compounded of necron and mantia, which is to say the prophecies by the dead. This last name is given to this black and unlawful science by the figure Sinidochi, because it is a principal part of that art to serve themselves with dead carcasses in their divination. 5. What difference is there between this art and witchcraft? Epi. Surely the difference vulgarly put between them is very spacious, and in a manner true. For they say that the witches are servants only, and slaves to the devil, but the necromancers are his masters and commanders. 5. How can that be true? Any men being specially addicted to this service can be his commanders. Epi. Yeah, they may be, but it is only secondary. For it is not by any power that they can have over him, but only as he grants it, willingly, whereby he obliges himself in some trifles to them, that he may on the other part obtain the fruition, did I say it right? No, the fruition of their body and soul, which is the only thing he hunts for. 5. A very inequitable, if I said it right, or equitable, yeah, I think it's equitable, a very equitable contract forsooth. But I ask you, discourse to me, What is the effect and secrets of that art? Epi, that is too vast a question you ask of me. Yet I shall do good will, the most summaries that I can to run through the principal points thereof, as there are two sorts of folks that may be enticed to this art, to wit, learned or unlearned. So are there two means, which are the first stirs up or stirs up, and feeders of their curiosity, thereby to make them to give themselves over to the same, which two means I call the devil's school and his rudiments. The learned have their curiosities weakened up and fed by that which I call his school. This is astrology, judicar, something like that. For divers men having attained to a great perfection, learning, and yet remaining overbear of the spirit of regeneration, and fruits thereof, finding all natural things common, as well to the stupid peasants as to them. They essay to vindicate to them a greater name, by not only knowing the course of things heavenly, but likewise to attain to the knowledge of things to come thereby, which at the first face appearing lawful to them, in respect the ground thereof seems to proceed of natural causes only. They are so allured thereby that finding their practice to prove true in sundry things, they study to know the cause thereof, and so mounting from degree to degree upon the slippery, just had to make sure I'm reading it right, upon the slippery and uncertain scale of curiosity, they are at last enticed, that were unlawful arts of sciences fails, my bad, to satisfy their restless minds, even to seek that black and unlawful science of magic, where finding at the first that such diverse forms of circles and conjecturations, just had to make sure I read it right, and conjecturations rightly joined thereto will raise such diverse forms of spirits to resolve them of their doubts. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta make a little note real quick. I'm gonna just put unlawful because I was curious and that just pretty much cleared something up or went along with something I thought. It shows you the wrong way to find out information, you know. Don't go to evil spirits, and that's one of the things wrong with people who do this. You're supposed to go to the Most High. I'm gonna just put unlawful. Okay. So let's see. Okay. Then it says, and attributing the doing thereof to the power inseparably tied or inherent in the circles and many words of God, all confused together. Excuse me. And then it says, they blindly glory of themselves, and I'm sorry, as if they, and by their quickness of mind, made a conquest of Pluto's dominion, and had become emperors over the Stygian habitat, where in the meantime, miserable wretches they are become in very deed bond slaves to their mortal enemy, and their knowledge for all that they presume thereof is nothing increased, except in knowing evil, and the horrors of hell for punishment thereof, as Adam's was by the eating of the forbidden tree. I want to do something with this. Horrors of hell. Okay. Let me make a note real quick. Then we go on to chapter 4. It says 5. Oh man, y'all typing away. You typing away, I see. I was gonna check what you said. You said I like your channel, my brother in Christ. Appreciate it. Declaration of Sports, King James, etc., etc. His name is Jesus. James, I was no dummy, blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'll have to catch up. I have to catch up with some of that. But I'm gonna keep reading. I'm gonna catch up with y'all. So anyway, we're gonna keep going. Chapter 4. It says 5. But I ask you likewise, forget not to tell what are the devil's rudiments. Epi, his rudiments I call first in general, all that which is called vulgarly the virtue of words, herbs, and stones. These are used by unlawful charms, without natural causes, as likewise all kinds of practices, frights, and other like extraordinary actions, which cannot abide the true touch of natural reason. 5. I would have you to make that plainer by some particular examples, for your proposition is very general. Epod, I mean either by such kind of charms commonly daft wives use, for healing of certain goods, for preserving them from evil eyes, by netting round trees, or various kinds of herbs, to to the hair or tails of the goods, by curing the worm, by steaming of blood, by healing of hoarsenesses, if I said it right, um, by turning of the riddle, or doing of such like innumerable things by words, without applying anything meet to the part offended, as mediciners do, or else by staying married folks to have natural intercourse with others, by knitting so many knots upon a point at the time of their marriage, and such like things, which man uses to practice in such arts. For the unlearned men, being naturally curious and lacking of the true knowledge of God, find these practices to prove true, and sundry of them will do, by the power of the devil, for deceiving men, and not by any inherent virtue in these vain words and practices, and being desirous to win a reputation to themselves in such like turns, they either, if they be of the shameless sort, seek to be learned by some that are experimented in that art, not knowing it to be evil at the first, or else being of the grosser sort, run directly to the devil for ambition or desire of gain, selling your soul. Y'all heard of that? I know you heard of that. So it actually talks about that in here. But anyway, let's keep going. So it says, or else being of the grosser sort, run directly to the devil for ambition or desire of gain, and plainly contracts with him thereupon. I was gonna do that. Just being honest with you. Okay, so here we go. It says 5. But methinks these means which you call the school and rudiments of the devil are things lawful, and have been approved for such in all times and ages, as in special this science of astrology, which is one of the special members of the mathematicians. There are two things which the learned have observed from the beginning. In the science of the heavenly creatures, the planets, stars, and such like, the one is their course and the ordinary motions, which for that cause is called astronomy, which word is a compound of nomos and asterion, that is to say, the law of the stars. And this art, indeed, is one of the members of the mathematics, and not only lawful, but most necessary and commendable. So this part helped me understand that, well, I think I should keep reading first. But I was basically thinking about like Genesis 1:14, if I'm saying it right, if I have the right verse, where God created the moon, sun, and stars, and we were supposed to tell time by that. And this gave me the understanding that it was lawful and okay to watch the sky for that, but not for these other crazy reasons that people watch it for. But but that part was lawful. So that helped me understand that. But let's keep going. Um, After he says that, and not only lawful, but most necessary and commendable, it then says, the other is called astrology, being compounded of asterion and logos, which is to say, the word and preaching of the stars, which is divided into parts. The first by knowing thereby the powers of the simple and sicknesses, the course of the seasons and the weather, being ruled by their influence, which part depending upon the former, although it be not of itself a part of mathematics, yet it is not unlawful, being moderately used, but not so necessary and commendable as the former. The second part is to trust so much to their influences as thereby to foretell what commonwealths shall flourish or decay, or what persons shall be fortunate or unfortunate, or what side shall win in any battle, or what man shall obtain victories at singular combat, or what way and of what age shall men die, or what horse shall win at match running, and divers others have more curiously than profitable. I'm sorry, let me read that part again. Let's see. I'll just go back to this horse winning match running, or what horse shall win at match running, and divers others have more curiously than profitably. Yeah, profitably. I can't say this right, y'all. Profitably. There we go. Have more curiously than profitably. Look, I can't put that T in there, but we're all good. Written at large. Sorry, I couldn't say that word properly. Of this root, last spoken of, springs innumerable branches, such as the knowledge by the negatives. Oops, the knowledge by the natives. No, that's nativities, my bad. The chiromancy, geomancy, hydromancy, arithmancy, practiced and held in great reverence by the Gentiles of old. And this last part of astrology whereof I have spoken, which is the root of their branches, was called by them luck. This part now is utterly unlawful to be trusted in or practiced among Christians, as learning, as leaning to no ground of natural reason. And it is in part which I called before the devil's school. 5. But yet many of the learned and of the contrary opinion. Epi, I grant yet I could give my reasons to fortify and maintain my opinion, if to enter into the disputation it would not draw me quite off the ground of our discourse. Besides, the wasting of the whole day thereupon, the word, one word only I will answer to them, and that in the scriptures, which must be an infallible true ground to all true Christians. That in the prophet Jeremiah it is plainly forbidden to believe or listen to them that prophesies and predicts by the course of the planets and stars. So that's another reference to something in the scriptures. I haven't found that though. I don't think I really looked for it, but I haven't found it. If anybody knows where that's at, y'all can share it with me. Okay. So chapter 5 now we're on now. I don't want to read too many of the comments, y'all. I just want to read. But feel free to leave them. I'll check it out. I'm trying to get far in the book so people can hear it, though. That's why I'm reading so much. So 5, it says in chapter 5, well, you have said far enough in that argument, but how prove you now that these charms or unnatural practices are lawful? I'm getting cold now. I'm trying to put this on real quick. Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold on, wait a minute. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah, if it get too cold, I might have to turn on the heat. But anyway, let's keep going. Where we at now? Okay, 5 said a whole lot. Chapter 5, though, it says, well, excuse me, well, you have said far enough in that argument, but how prove you now that these charms or unnatural practices are unlawful? For so many honest and married men and women have publicly practiced some of them, that I think if you would accuse them of all of witchcraft, you would affirm more, nor you will be believed in. Makes sense. People don't believe in witches these days or witchcraft. But anyway, Epi, I see if you had taken good tent to the nature of that word whereby I named it, you would not have been in this doubt, nor mistaken me, so far as you have done. For although, as none can be scholars in a school, and not be subject to the master thereof, so none can study and put in practice, for study is not alone, and knowledge is not more perilous and offensive, and it is the practice only that makes the greatness of the offense, the circles and art of magic without committing a horrible defection from God. And yet, as they that read and learn their rudiments are not the more are not the more subject to any schoolmaster, if it please not their parents to put them to the school thereafter. So they who ignorantly prove these practices, which I call the devil's rudiments, unknowing them to be baits cast out by him. Dang, that's crazy. Let me highlight that. Never highlighted that part. I see what you're saying, Munya. Appreciate it. Let me highlight this real quick. Where was that part? Cast out by him. Where is that at? Rudiment. I call the devil's rudiments, unknowing them to be baits. Cat. That's it right there. I highlighted some of that, but not that whole part. Like I read this book before, but I didn't catch that part. So I'm gonna just highlight a little bit more of that. I call the devil's rudiments. So he's casting out these things as bait. That makes sense because they making witchcraft nowadays look cool. I don't know if y'all noticed, but these movies and video games, Harry Potter, they making witchcraft and sorcery look cool now. They made it. They got so many movies about this stuff, and it's becoming more okay to do stuff like that. People are not against it like they used to be. So let's keep going though. But according to this, it says that these are baits that's cast out by the devil. So let me keep going. It says, I call the devil's rudiments, unknowing them to be baits cast out by him for trapping such as God will permit to fall into his hands. I mean, in his hands. That's messed up. Dang. But this goes along with the scriptures that say nothing can happen without God, without him allowing it, because it just said, for trapping such as God will permit to fall in his hands. God allows it. So it's just certain people that God allows, him to trap and fall in his hands. Man, that's dangerous right there. But let's keep going. It says, this kind of folk, I say, no doubt, are to be judged the best of. In respect, they use no invocation nor help of him by their knowledge, at least in these terms, and so have never entered themselves into Satan's service. Yet, to speak truly, for my own part, I speak but for myself. I desire not to make so near a comparison, for in my opinion, our enemy is craftier and we very weak, except the greater grace of God, to essay such hazards, wherein he pleases to trap us. 5. You have reason forsooth, for as the common proverb says, they that eat with the devil have need of long spoons. But now I ask you, go forward in the describing of this art of magic. It says, Epi. Thus they have come once to this perfection in evil, in having any knowledge, whether learned or unlearned, of this black art. They then begin to be weary of the raising of their master by conjured circles, being both so difficult and perilous, and so come plainly to a contract with him, wherein especially contained forms and effects. 5. But I ask you, or ever you go further, discourse with me somewhat of their circles and conjurations, my bad, and what should be the cause of their wearing thereof, thereof. For it should seem that from, I'm sorry, I'm trying to skip over these typos too. It's a lot of typos in here, I'm telling you. But anyway, it says, and what should be the cause of their wearing thereof? For it should seem that form should be the cause of their wearing thereof. For it should seem, dang, did they type that again? Oh no, it's just the beginning of it sounds the same. For it should seem that form should be less fearful yet than the direct hunting in society with that foul and unclean spirit, Epi. I think you take me to be a witch myself, or at the least would feign swear yourself pretense to that craft. Always, as I may, I shall shortly satisfy you in that kind of conjurations, which are contained in such books. So even King James knew of some of these books, or that this information was in some books, which we have now today. They even have sections in stores, bookstores, where you could buy them. Let's see. I'm trying to. Here we go. Contained in such books. I had to highlight that part. Okay. Um, it says, which I call the devil's school. He was talking about those books. And then he says, there are four principal parts: the persons of the conjurations, the action of the conjuration, the words and rites used to that effect, and the spirits that are conjured. You must first remember to lay the ground that I told you before, which is that it is no power inherent in the circles or in the holiness of the names of God, blasphemously used, nor in whatsoever rites or ceremonies at that time used, that either can raise any infernal spirit, or yet limit him perforce within or without these circles. For it is he only, the father of all lies, who having first of all prescribed that form of doing, finging himself to be commanded and restrained thereby, will be loath to pass the bounds of these injections, as well thereby to make them glory in the inspiring over him, as I said before, as likewise he may make himself so to be trusted in these little things, that he may have the better commodity. Did I say it right? Commodity, there we go. That he may have the better commodity thereafter, to deceive them in the end with a trick once for all. I mean the everlasting perdition of their soul and body. Then laying this ground, as I have said, these conjurations must have few or more in number of the persons. The conjurers always passing the singular number, according to the qualities of the circle and forms of apparitions. Two principal things cannot well in that errand be wanted: holy water, whereby the devil mocks the papists. And papists is something like bishops and pastors and things like that. Like, I looked that up. But anyway, let's keep going. And some present of a living thing to him. There are likewise certain seasons, days, and hours that they observe in this purpose. These things being already and prepared, circles and made triangularly, quadrangular. I never even heard of this word. Round, double, or single, according to the form of apparition that they crave. But to speak of diverse forms of the circles, of the innumerable characters and crosses that are within and without and out through the same, of the diverse forms of apparitions, that they crafty. That's a typo right there I didn't catch. Let me circle that. It's repeating the same words over and over. That's some of the typos. Like if I'm like right now, it repeats the same word back to back. It says that. So I circle one of them because it's not supposed to be there. But so it was saying that crafty spirits deludes them with, and of all such particulars in that action, I remit it to others that have busied their heads in describing of the same, as being but curious and altogether unprofitable. And this far only I touch, that when the conjured spirit appears, which will not be while after manic circumstances, long prayers and much muttering and murmuring of the conjurers, like a papist priest dispatching a hunting mask. How soon, I say, he appears, if they have missed one iota, excuse me, of all their rights, or if any of their feet once slid over the circle, through terror of his fearful apparition, he pays himself at that time in his own hand of that due debt which they owe him, and otherwise would have delayed longer to have paid him. I mean, he carries them with him body and soul. I'm sorry, if this be not, I'm trying to make sure I'm not skipping a line. If this be not now a just cause to make them weary of these forms of conjuration, I leave it to you to judge upon. Consider the length of the labor and precise keeping of days and hours, as I have said, the terribleness of apparition, and the present peril that they stand in missing the least circumstance of right, that they ought to observe. And on the other part, the devil is glad to move them to a plane and square dealing with them, with him, as I said before. Okay. Let me see. On my Facebook, Munya B says, Scripture is uncool. Witchcraft is acceptable, right? It's all upside down, can. Okay, I think I know what you mean. I miss anything else? Okay, nah, I ain't missed nothing else. Okay, that's what was going on in there. That's alone. What have I'm checking the YouTube comments. I see Mark 124 and Mark 127 saying, "What thing is this? What new doctrine is this? For with authority it's going away. With authority commandeth he even the unclean spirits, and they do obey him." Okay. And then the other one, Mark 124. Oh, now I see what you're saying. A comment says, the devil knows and tremble at the name of Jesus. And then it says, saying, let us alone, what have we to do with you, you Jesus of Nazareth? Art you come to destroy us? I know you, who you are, the Holy One of God. Mark 124. Okay. So yeah, I see that. And above that is some more stuff. I didn't know so much. Okay. All right. Well, let's keep going. Yeah. Okay, let's keep going. So let's see where I'm at. Am I on chapter 6? Yeah. Told y'all we can read through this. Let me get some more of this drink. Matter of fact, I'm gonna ask y'all a question real quick. I'm gonna finish up the rest of my apples, And I'm gonna ask y'all a question. So whoever watching or just gets this far in the video, we at about an hour now. I'm surprised. Surprised that fast. Jeez. So the question is, yeah, I was already eating this stuff. Let's see, what was I talking about? So the question is, like, so far into this, we've been in about an hour. What y'all think? Is the book bad? Is it good? Do you think you'll buy it? Do you want to buy it? Do you want to hear more? Do you not want to hear any more? You know, whatever your thoughts was when you were reading it. I mean, when I was reading it, did you think of any scriptures it cross-referenced with? Did it remind you of anything? You know, because I had some thoughts and shared some of my stuff. I see y'all sharing some stuff. So, what was y'all thinking? I got like 3 apples to finish. I might as well. They already right here. Let me see how many chapters in this first book. Oh, dang, that's it. Man, we can read all this tonight. So I guess I'll finish off book 1. Because it's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more pages, but it's short chapters, so maybe another 30 minutes I can finish that. Be done. Book 1. Makes me think I should have read this a long time ago. It's so short. I don't know. I just probably never thought to read it online. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I can't even remember. Yeah, I should have did this alone. It is what it is. So what y'all think about the book? Okay, you read it. Okay. Okay. What did you think? What did you think about it though? Was it good? Was it bad? Did it cross reference with the Bible or anything like that to you? Because I mean, it's a keeper to me. It ain't the most important book, but it was good enough that I'll keep it and, you know, keep reading it and share it with people, you know, some of the info in it. Mm-hmm. Mm. It got a section in here where it talks about casting out demons. Oh yeah. Hmm. I'm glad I made a note of that because I often talk about how to fight demons, so I'm glad I did that. I'm just skimming through it while I'm eating, taking my short break. Oh, God helps repenting witches? Question mark. Yeah, that's something people don't discuss. Let's see, cure for diseases, deep. Tornadoes, hurricanes. That was deep right there. Real crazy right there. Yeah, people need to know more. You know, people need to know stuff. Man, there's some deep stuff in here. I forgot about that. I don't know if we're gonna get that tonight. I don't think we're gonna. I think that's in chapter 2. Whew. Some good stuff in here. I feel good about just like skimming through it and hearing about the old stuff that's in here. You know, I hadn't read this book in a while. When I read it, it was it's 2021, 2000, maybe 2020 in the beginning of the year, or 2019 somewhere in there. So it's been a while. I'm on YouTube and Facebook at the same time. So if you see me looking in a different direction from the camera, that's why. Like right here in front of me is the YouTube camera, and over here is the Facebook camera. So when I look like over here, that's what I'm looking at. When I look this way, I'm looking at YouTube's channel. And I'm reading y'all comments from each one. That's what I'm doing. And I'm eating too, and I don't care. Okay. Markel says, where can I get the book? I got mine from eBay if you want to get this one. But based on all these typos in here, I don't, it's up to you to get it, man. But I'm dealing with typos like crazy. Thank y'all for the likes and love on Facebook. Appreciate it. Thank you for joining me, everybody, period, YouTube and Facebook. And you can go to, now they got other ones out there now. This ain't the only one. But if you want this one, you can get this one. I only paid about $8 for it. You might want to get another one though. I'm saying that because there's so many typos in this one, but this one isn't the worst one. But just being honest with you, man, there's a lot of typos in here. If you can handle it, you know, okay. But you're gonna run into typos. I mean, whoever put this book together, they need to be notified of these typos, because if nobody tell them, they don't know. It's errors in here. I mean, they're not like bad, like that you can't read it, but it's just stuff like you'll run across a sentence where it'll say that, right back to back. Like, for instance, here's one. It says, and out through the same of the diverse forms of apparitions, that crafty spirit deludes them with. Now, the word that is in there twice, side by side. It's not supposed to be in there twice. So it's stuff like that you're gonna come across. It's not the worst thing, but it just happens a lot. It's just so it makes me think I should get another one day, because it's just too many typos in here. I mean, I've caught way more than that. And the more I read it, the more I catch. That's bad. So either they don't know about these errors, or they need to be notified. I don't know which one. Mm. I'm just reading some of the stuff you said. El Gross, I didn't even see you post that. Okay, cool. Well, at least you read the book. Um, and then after that, El Gross says, I liked this from our YouTube channel. The comment says, I like the part about the witches that refuse to reveal their mark of the devil. Oh, okay. I forgot about that. I forgot about a lot of stuff in here. Also, El Gross says to Markel Morrow, I'll send it to you if you want. Yeah, y'all can exchange, information if you want. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I'm all for giving books away, or however you can get it to somebody. That's a good thing. Yeah, y'all can go ahead and do it now, or whenever. my peanut butter. I'm almost finished, y'all. I'm almost finished. Y'all probably eating too. Don't be acting like I'm the only one eating. I'm just messing. Yeah, man. Y'all hold your dog. Took 10 minutes, y'all, to eat in a live video. He took forever. I'm just messing. It's my last one. Oh, fun. I think it's peanut butter on here. Okay, I'm done. I'll be back. I'm gonna be up late tonight. I don't know if y'all noticed, but it's a little brighter in here. I got my YouTube light tonight. I don't even put this light up no more because it's just bright. It's just too bright on a regular day. So yeah, I let it out most of the time for my YouTube videos, but this was my original YouTube light, so it's a little bit brighter in here right now. Look at this guy. Looking at it, I can't even see the camera properly. Y'all know how that goes, but whatever. I'm gonna read. We're gonna get through this. All right. And I might get more YouTube lights in the future. This was just my first one. So. Of course, there's better ones out there. I'm cold. It feels good outside of this room, but in here it's cold. It's a cold room right here. Man. Originally, I did want my work room to be in the room that I sleep in, but when I got here, this place was not properly prepared. It was some issues with this apartment. The doors wasn't properly, I guess, done. Some of the doors wasn't closed all the way. Some of the doors were stuck. Had to get that done. It took them 2 months to do it. So now I can switch rooms to the warmer room, which would be better for these videos, but I haven't. But it's cold, yeah. Anyway, let's read. So we had Demonology of King James. We're on chapter 6. And I'm trying to finish out this whole book. There's 3 different books in this book, or sections. Yeah, we almost finished. Let's keep going. We had an hour and 12 minutes. Let's go. All right. So it says 5. Okay, just had to make sure. It says 5. Ooh, I want to read the heading of it. I've been skipping these. It says the devil's contract with the magicians, the division thereof in 2 parts. What is the difference between God's miracles and the devil's? Oh, I like this part. That's my part right here. All right. It says 5. Indeed, there is cause. Man, my foot. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm having foot pain. Oh, man. I think my sock was too tight. I had that sock on all day. Whew. I think my foot had to breathe because it was giving me pain. Let's keep going, though. Let's keep going. So it says 5. Indeed. There, man, this carpet feel good. I'm sorry. But y'all know how these apartments got that soft carpet. Oh, man. Anyway, let's keep going. It says 5. Indeed, there is cause enough. But rather than leave him at all, then to run more plainly to him. If they were wise, he dealt with. But go forward now, I ask you, to these terms, how they become once deacons in this craft. Excuse me. Epi. Let me just explain to people who just getting here how this is going. So this is a conversation between 2 people. One is called, for short, Phi. The other is called Epi for short. So when I say Epi and Phi, y'all got it. Now let's keep going. So Epi, which sounds like a pie, but I'm just saying. Epi. From that time, they, sorry, once plainly began to contract with him, the effect of their contract consists in two things. I'm sorry, I had to look at a note. In two things, in forms and effects, as I begin to tell already, where it not you interpreted me. That's how I worded it, y'all. Just reading it as it is. It says, for although the contract be mutual, I first speak of that part wherein the devil obliges himself to them by forms. I mean, in what shape or fashion he shall come to them when they call upon him, and by effects I understand in what special sorts of services he binds himself to be subject to them. The quality of these forms and effects is lesser or greater according to the skill or art of the magician. For as to the forms, to some of the baser or lesser sort, or lower sort, of them he obliges himself to appear at their calling on him by such a proper name, which he shows to them either in likeness of a dog or cat. I'm sorry, a dog, a cat, or an ape, or such like other beasts. This is interesting that it says a dog because in my dreams I've been attacked by demons in the form of dogs. But I just thought that that was interesting because it's right here. I've also been attacked by not like a little cat, but a lion in the form of a demon too, which is basically a cat. It's just a huge cat, but yeah, never an ape though. Okay, but anyway, that's good that that's in here. Let's keep going though. So then it goes on to say, or else to answer by a voice only. The effects are to answer to such demands as concerns curing of diseases, their own particular managery, if I said that right, managery, there we go, their own particular managery, or such other base things as they require of him. But to the most curious sort, in the forms he will oblige himself to enter in a dead body, and thereout of to give such answers of the event of battles and masters concerning the estate of commonwealths. Okay. False prophecies. I read a note I wrote. Let me read all this together because it's going to another page. So it says, let's see, to enter in a dead body and thereout of to give such answers of the event of battles of of matters concerning the estate of commonwealths and such like other great questions. Yet to some he will be a continual attender in form of a page. That's what it is. In form of a page, he will permit himself to be conjured for the space of so many years, either in a tablet or a ring. Reminds me of Solomon's ring, which had nothing to do with this, but it just reminds me of that. Interesting. Solomon's ring was actually binding the demons, even the devil. Interesting. Anyway, where did I read that from, by the way? The Testament of Solomon. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. I gotta put a note next to that. I just put a note, Testament of Solomon, next to that. So let me go back a little bit and keep going. It says, for the space of so many years, either in a tablet or a ring, or such like thing, which they may easily carry about with them, he gives them power to sell such wares to others, whereof some will be dearer and some more cheap, according to the living or true speaking of the spirit that is conjured therein. Not but that in very deed, wait a minute. Okay, I just had to make sure I read everything. It says, not but that in very deed all devils must be liars. But so they abuse the simplicity of these wretches, that become their scholars, that they make them believe that at the fall of Lucifer, some spirits fell in the air, some in the fire, some in the water, some in the land, in which elements they still remain. Whereupon they build that such as fell in the fire or in the air are truer than they, who fell in the water or in the land, which is all but mere stupidity, and forged by the author of all deceit. For the for the fail may not be wedged, is how I worded, as a solid substance, to stick in any other, I'm sorry, to stick in any one part, but the principal part of their fall. So that was a typo too. I thought it was, because they said, but the fail. I'm like, ain't that supposed to be the fall? Let me circle that. That's crazy. So, um, but let's see where I was at. It says, but the principal part of their fall, consisting in quality by the falling from the grace of God. Yeah, it was a fall. See what I'm saying? Why this book has a lot of typos? It's just anyway. What was that? But the principal part of their fall, consisting in quality by the falling from the grace of God, wherein they were created. They continue still thereafter, and shall do while the latter day, in wandering through the world as God's hangmen, to execute such turns as he employs them in. And when any of them are not occupied in that, return they must to their prison in hell, as it is plain in the miracle that Christ wrought at Gennesaret. And I had a note that said scary, because it was talking about how they're just going to wander through the world as God's hangmen to execute such turns as he employs them in. I don't know if y'all understood that, but basically these evil spirits or fallen angels are just going to wander this world until, well, I'm not going to say until, but they're going to do God's bidding. Like whatever God wants them to do. If God tells them to go, you know, mess with somebody or terrify them or trouble them, give them diseases or whatever, they're gonna do it. That's what this is talking about, and that's scary. When I first read it, or whenever I read it, I put a note, scary. So anyway, let's keep going. It says therein at the latter day to be all enclosed forever. And as they deceive their scholars in this, so do they in imprinting in them the opinion that there are so many princes, dukes, and kings among them, everyone commanding fewer or more legions, and excelling in divers arts and quarters of the earth. For though that I will not deny that there be a form of order among the angels in heaven, and consequently was among them before their fall. Yet, either this idea or that God will permit us to know by damned devils such heavenly mysteries of his, which he would not reveal to us neither by scripture nor prophets. I think no Christian will once think it, but by the contrary of all such mysteries contend with an humble ignorance, they being things not necessary for our salvation, but to return to the purpose as these forms, wherein Satan obliges himself to the greatest of the magicians, are wonderfully curious, so are the effects correspondent to the same. For he will oblige himself to teach them arts and sciences, which he may easily do, being so learned a knave as he is, to carry them news from any part of the world, which the ability of a spirit may easily perform, to reveal to them the secrets of any persons, so being they be once spoken. For The thought of one knows, my bad. For the thought, no one knows but God. Okay, King James. I disagree with that. But if it's true, I have to find proof, but I disagree with that. But let's keep going. And then it says, except so far as you may guess by their countenance, as one who is doubtlessly learned enough in the Physo, gotta try to say this word, Physiognomy, Physiognomy, something like that. Let's see, it says, as one who is doubtlessly learned enough in the Physiognomy. It's a difficult word to say. Yeah, he will make his scholars to creep in credit with princes by foretelling them many great things, part true, part false. For if all were false, he would lose credit at all hands, but always doubts him, as his oracles were. And he will also make them to please princes by fair banquets and dainty wishes. Let's see, carried in short space from the farthest point of the world. For no man doubts, but he is a thief. And his agility, as I spake before, makes him to come such speed, such like he will guard his scholars with fair armies of horsemen and footmen in appearance, castles and forts, which all but impressions in the air, easily gathered by a spirit, drawing so near to that substance himself, as in like manner he will learn them. Yeah, that's what it says. He will learn them many low tricks at cards, dice, and such things. And such like, to deceive men's senses thereby, and such innumerable false practices. And I put a note, magicians. So it says, in such innumerable false practices, which are proven by many examples in this age, as they who are acquainted with that Italian called Scato, yet living, can report. And yet are all these things but deluding of the senses, and no ways true in substance, but were the false miracles wrought by King Pharaoh's magicians for counterfeiting Moses. For that is the difference between God's miracles and the devil's. God is a creator. What he makes appear in miracle, it is so in effect. As Moses' rod being cast down was no doubt turned in a natural serpent, whereas the devil, as God's ape, counterfeiting that by common proof, that simple illusionist will make 100 things seem both to our eyes and ears other ways that they are. Now, as to the magicians, part of the contract, it is in a word that thing, which I said before, the devil hunts for in all men. 5. Surely you have said much to me in this art, if all that you have said be as true as wonderful. Epi. For the truth in these actions, it will be easily confirmed to any that pleases to take plain upon the reading of divers authentic histories and the inquiring of daily experiences. And as for the truth of the possibilities that they may be, and in what manner, I trust I have alleged nothing whereunto I have not joined such probable reasons, as I leave to your discretion to weigh and consider. One word only I omitted, concerning the form of making of this contract, which is either written with the magician's own blood, or else being agreed upon in terms his school master touches him in some sort. The heck? Sounds like, never mind. Let's keep going. Then it goes on to say, though peradventure no mark remain, as it happens with all witches. I wonder what that's about. Hope that's not pedophilia or anything. Nah, Nah, not pedophilia, but I hope that ain't like sexual. So this next part says, this is chapter 7. The reason why, this is the heading, the reason why the art of magic is unlawful, what punishments they merit, and who may be accounted guilty of that crime. 5. Surely you have made this art to appear very monstrous and detestable. But what I ask you shall be said to such as maintains this art to be lawful, for as evil as you have made it. Epi, I say they favor of the pen themselves, or at least little better, and yet I would be glad to hear their reasons. 5. There are two principalities that ever I heard used, beside that which is founded on the common proverb that the necromancers command the devil, which you have already refuted. The one is grounded on a received custom. We see that divers Christian princes and magistrates, severe punishers of witches, will not only oversee magicians to live within their dominions, but even sometimes delight to see them prove some of their practices. The other reason is that Moses, being brought up, as it is expressly said in the scriptures, in all sciences of the Egyptians, whereof no doubt this was one of the principles. And he, notwithstanding of this art, pleasing God as he did. Consequently, that art professed by so godly a man could not be unlawful. Epi, as to the first of your reasons, grounded on custom, I say an evil custom can never be accepted for a good law. Dang, that's good. That's real good right there. That reminds me of like Christmas and certain, customs that came about. That's good. That's good. Okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna just read it again and keep going. It says, an evil custom can never be accepted for a good law. For the tremendous ignorance of the word in some princes and magistrates, and the contempt thereof in others, move them to sin heavily against their office in that point. As to the other reason, which seems to be of greater weight, if it were formed in a, syllogism, it is behooved to be in many terms and full of fallacies, to speak in terms of logic. For first, that general proposition affirming Moses to be taught in magic, I see no necessity. For we must understand that the Spirit of God there, speaking of sciences, understands them that are lawful. For except they be lawful, they are but abusively called sciences, and are but ignorance indeed. The picture is not the thing. Then it says, secondly, giving that he had been taught in it, there is great difference between knowledge and practicing of a thing. Thanks, King James. Okay, let's keep going. There is a great difference between knowledge and practicing of a thing. As I said before, for God knows all things. Being always good. This goes back to what Paul said. What did he say? Hold on. I know what he said, but I want to get the scripture. So, hold on. Beware of Satan's devices. I want the whole scripture. That's what I want. Okay. 2 Corinthians 2:11. I don't care who don't like Paul. Whatever. You get what I'm saying? Whatever. So here we go. 2 Corinthians 2:11. It says, in order that Satan might not outwit us or outsmart us, for we are not unaware of his schemes. Some say designs, some say devices, but basically, this reminds me of this scripture right here, because we should know of Satan's devices. We shouldn't be ignorant of it. And he was saying that I think I did I leave my okay, hold on. I'm gonna read it again. For we must understand that okay, I read that. For except they be lawful, I read that too. Okay, I'm gonna start here. He said, the picture is not the thing. Secondly, given that he had been taught in it, there is great difference between knowledge and practicing of things. I think that's the part that made me think about that scripture. And then it says, as I said before, for God knows all things, being always good, and of our sin and our infirmity proceeds our ignorance. Third, giving that he had both studied and practiced the same, which is more monstrous than to be believed by any Christian. Yet we know well enough that before that ever the Spirit of God began to call Moses, he was fled out of Egypt, being 40 years of age, for the slaughter of an Egyptian. And in his good father, let me make sure I'm reading that right. Okay, yeah. And in his good father Jethro's land, first called at the flaming bush, having remained there another 40 years in exile, so that suppose he had been the wickedest man in the world before, he then became a changed and regenerated man, and very little of old Moses remained in him. Abraham was an idolater in Ur of Chaldea. Now, this is where you can tell that King James is not going by the scriptures right here of the Old and New Testament, because it's not in there. You might get clues, but it's not in there. This came from the book of Jasher. That's how you know King James read and believed in the book of Jasher. That's where you can find that at. Abraham was an idolater in Ur of Chaldea. Okay? And the stuff he said before about Moses could have been the wickedest man in the world before, but later on changed. The same thing can be said about King James. People say all these negative things about him. He was gay, whatever, white, all these other things. But let's say he was all that. So what? He could have been like that before, but became a changed man after. Just like what he said about Moses. But let's keep going. And then after it says Abraham was an idolater in Ur of Chaldea. By the way, the cross reference, if y'all want to get it, is Jasher 9:13 through 19. I already went and cross referenced it. But let's keep going. So it says Abraham was an idolater in Ur of Chaldea before he was called. And Paul, being called Saul, was a most sharp persecutor of the saints of God, while that name was changed. 5. What punishment then think you merits these magicians and necromancers? E5. The like, no doubt, that sorcerers and witches merit, and rather so much greater, as their error proceeds of the greater knowledge, and so draws nearer to the sin against the holy oversees them, which is seen by the miserable ends of many that acts counsel of them. For the devil, man, that's deep right there. Man, I gotta highlight that. Because this is what King Saul did. Let's see. Which is seen by the miserable ends of many that acts counsel of them. Okay. Then it says, for the devil has never better tidings to tell to any than he told to Saul. Dang it, he just brought up Saul. Okay, let's keep going. Neither is it lawful to use so unlawful instruments. I'm sorry, my bad. Neither is it lawful to use so unlawful instruments, were it never for so good a purpose, for that axiom in theology is most certain and infallible. Evil is never to be done, thus good may happen. Dang. Okay. Oh wow, we had the second book now. I didn't think we was gonna get there that fast. Well, that's all of the first book, y'all. It's only three different sections of this book. We got book one, book two, and book three. Let me see what time it is. It's 10:35 Eastern time. So y'all can let me know in the comments anytime about what y'all thought about this book. Was it evil? Was it wicked? Was King James wicked or evil? Did he seem wicked or evil about anything he said? Do you agree with what he said? Do you not agree? It's only one thing I disagree with. Maybe two, but only one. And that might not be a disagreement depending on how it really went down. But it's pretty good. Pretty good. Um, I'll just try to read more of it soon one day. I'm not gonna say when and time it, because I don't do that. I just don't. Not right now, not like that. And even when I try to do that, things happen and things change. So I think Most High One is the best thing I can say. That's all I can tell you. Yeah, but that was good to me. I mean, I feel good. I don't feel decreased in spirit. I don't feel bad. I feel good. It brings me the same energy and positivity and spirit that I get when I read the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Apocrypha, Jasher, Enoch, the Apocalypse of Paul. All of these scriptures that I read gives me the same feeling. It's rare that I get a feeling of negativity or I get decreased in spirit or attacked by an evil spirit or I feel like what I'm reading is not important. I can't retain anything I'm reading. If I feel like that, the book ain't important to me. It's not a book I'm gonna recommend to you. It's not a book I'm gonna be reading live, most likely, unless I'm just trying to show you that it's not good and things like that. Because I thought about doing that with one of these books over here just to show you like, but some of those books honestly are so bad I can't even read them. I did a review on one of these books and I had to just stop reading it because it was just so bad and I really wasn't reading a lot of the book. I was just reading like certain parts of it, but it was just so bad I couldn't read it. I couldn't read it for that long. I couldn't put up with it. But this one right here, I can read this whole thing. I can listen to somebody else read it to me. This is good. Like this, man, I can read this probably 17 times before I die. Most High Ones. I'm just saying. That's how good this book is. Um, it's not. It's just not one of them bad books. It's just not one of them bad books. It's not telling me to turn away from God. It's telling me the things I already knew. Just giving me more information, helping me understand more. It talks about how to fight demons. It gives you a bit of insight on King James that he believed in the apocryphal books. We got a cross reference to the book of Jasher. If you keep reading, you'll see one to the book of Daniel. Susanna? What is it? No, it's Bell and the Dragon. You'll see cross references Bell and the Dragon, chapter 1, verse 36. It's only one chapter, but I'm just saying. If you keep reading. So, it's a lot of stuff in here. Yeah. I think I just found it. I passed it so fast. It even talks about how they can astral project in here. There it is. It's in what book is this? Is this book 2? Yeah, book 2, chapter 4. It's on page 39 of this book. Towards the bottom paragraph is when I'll just get this for y'all as a bonus. How about that? So Ipai is explaining that I'll just read this whole page for you and yeah, so you can see the whole thing. Alright. This is the part that goes into astral projecting too, but I'm not gonna read that much. So the beginning of this says the heading, It says, what are the ways possible whereby the witches may transport themselves to places far distant, and what are impossible and mere illusions of Satan, and the reasons thereof? 5. But what way say they or think you that it is possible that they can come to these unlawful conventions? Epi, there is the thing which I esteem their senses to be deluded in, and though they lie not in confessing of it, because they think it to be true, yet not to be so in substance or effect. For they say that by divers means they may convene, either to do the adoring of their master or to the putting in practice any service of his. Committed to their charge, one way is natural, which is natural riding, walking, or sailing, at what hour their master comes and advertises them, and this way may easily be believed. Another way is somewhat more strange, and yet it is possible to be true, which is being carried by the force of the Spirit, which is their conductor, either above the earth or above the sea swiftly, to the place where they are to meet, which I am persuaded is to be likewise possible. In respect that as Habakkuk was carried by the angel in that form to the den where Daniel lay. That part is when he referenced Bel and the dragon in the Apocrypha 1 verse 36. The part where he said he believes it to be possible. Well, he says, I am persuaded it is to be likewise possible in respect that Habakkuk was carried by the angel in that form to the den where Daniel lay. You can only know that if you read the Apocrypha and read Bel and the Dragon, chapter 1, 36. This shows you that King James believes in the Apocrypha. That's just one part where he shows you that. And y'all can actually go check it out if you haven't, but it's in there. And this is specifically about how a spirit can carry somebody from one place to another. That's what he was saying, that he believes that it's possible for these evil spirits to do for these witches or, people in that art. They can take them and transfer them to one place to another, the same way the Spirit of the Lord did with Habakkuk and took him from one place to another place. But he also says this after that. He says, so think I the devil will be ready to imitate God as well in that as in other things, which is wait, did I skip a line? Which is much more possible to him to do, being a spirit. So I'm gonna stop right there because it's a lot more. So it goes into astral projecting and stuff, and no, not gonna read it. Not gonna read it. But that's it, y'all. That's for Demonology of King James for tonight. I read all of book 1. There's 3 different books in it. You can get this book from eBay or Amazon or wherever online they sell them. I got mine from eBay because I was trying to get the cheapest one, and this was the cheapest one I seen at the time. It's not perfect. It's got typos in it, but I can read it and understand it enough, so it's good enough for me right now. But it's probably a better one out there, so you can get the same exact one I got or not. It's up to you if you want to get it, or you can read it online for free. That's what I did before I bought it. I just went and read it online for free a little bit because people always say negative things about this book. They always say negative. Well, they say negative things about King James, that you shouldn't read the Bible from the book. Well, because he wrote the book. So I wanted to read it. I'm like, what are they talking about? Why they keep saying this? But none of them read the book. None of them. So, and they didn't even know what demonology meant. They didn't even know what it was about. They just assumed because the book was called Demonology, it was bad. Demonology means the study of demons. Nothing bad about it. That's it. That's just what it is. It's the study of demons. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Second, what's that scripture? Let me see. 2 Corinthians 2:11 says, and I'll read the popular version, the KJV. Um, lest stand, I'm sorry, lest Satan should take advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. Some say, so that no advantage would be taken of us by Satan, for we are not ignorant of his schemes. Some word it a bit different, but basically, even the scriptures say that we shouldn't be ignorant of the enemy's devices. How else can we find out about his devices and not be ignorant if we don't learn about them? Demonology means the study of demons. That's it. It's not bad. So y'all were informed. Whoever watches and listens to it. I didn't read a lot of bad things in the book, if anything at all. Pretty good. It's pretty good. It cross referenced with the Bible and scriptures. He even referenced some of the scriptures and talked about things in the Bible. It's pretty good. And he talked about some of the other books outside the Bible, like Jasher and what is it, Bel and the Dragon and the Apocrypha. Those are the only two I call. He might have referenced Enoch, but I'm not sure. He might have, though. I'm not sure. I didn't think of a cross reference specifically, but he could have. I'm just not sure. But that's it. So I'm gonna get out of here. Thanks to everybody who joined me and left me comments. I probably got something to catch up with y'all, huh? Let me see. Give me a moment. Okay, I know I read some of this. From my YouTube channel, look, El Gross says, ultimately, devils may not enter the kingdom of God. They must wait at the gate outside. Shalom, y'all. Says, Black Chicago, what's up? I'm late. As usual. I whispered to say as usual, but anyway. Shalom says El Gross. And he says, or they say, for that is the difference between God's miracles and the devil's. God is the creator, yeah. Good night, he says. Stay strong, bro. I will, most I will. Brother Yehoiada, will you email me if I give you my email? Yeah, I'll do that. Wait, I thought y'all was supposed to exchange each other's information, you and Markel, for the book. I don't know if y'all did that. Markel says, who's that author? Let's see. It might not even say. It says edited by Tall Warwick, 2016. That's what it says. It's Tarl Warwick, TarWarwick, Tarl Warwick. I didn't even know that. Well, he got a lot of typos in here. I hope he got another edition out by now, because a lot of typos in here. I don't know if he's still alive, but he might be. But that's who I got. Black Chicago says Paul and Saul are the same person. Yeah. Paul used to be called Saul, but Saul, it's two different Sauls. You got King Saul from the Old Testament, then you got Saul from the New Testament, which became Paul. So if you were saying that it's Saul, the one that was the king, Paul, no. But Saul from the New Testament, who was persecuting the Christians, is Saul from the New Testament. Like he changed his name. King James I of England. Yeah. Brother Yehoiada, will you email me if I give you? I read that part. No, I gave him a link. Oh, okay, you gave him a link. Okay, cool. All right. So, Markel, did you get the link from L Gross? Ain't nothing going on Facebook. I'm gonna go ahead and end this one. I be ending my Facebooks earlier because don't nothing be going on Facebook like that. Shut it down, Facebook. Shut it down. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm tripping, y'all. I'm tripping. Okay. I don't even know if he here anymore. What's his name? Markel. Markel, he might be gone. Markel, you still here? I guess he'd be alright. I'm funny. El Gross. Chain Salih. Big sinful dog. Okay, okay. Try to make sure Markel got everything before I leave. But if I do leave, I think he'll be alright. You know what I'm saying? Alright. I'm gonna do something real quick until Markel get back with me. I don't even know if he's here or coming back. You said email me. What's your email? Did you send it? You got mine? Or you can hold on. I'm gonna tell you mine. I did that. Yeah, it is. Oh, well. Dang, still there. Okay, you put your email up here yet? I'd like to invite you to a Bible study. Okay, are you in USA? Like, how we gonna do this? We gonna do this by internet or something? Got my bright light. I do not like this light up here. I don't. It's like one of the lights I don't like. I like this one though. I like my little ceiling fan light. It's not that bright like that one, but I like this one though. See it? Okay, it's kind of good. It's kind of good. I'm tripping, y'all. Y'all know how I am. But this is the little lights. I'm talking about these little three up here. They're not as bright, but they still kind of getting the job done. I like this one better. Alright, I'm going back to my room. I might take y'all to my actual room and start folding up clothes. I be tripping. I be tripping. That's what I gotta do. I gotta fold up a lot of clothes. I'm gonna have to stay up for about another hour, 20, let's see, hour and 40 minutes, I think. Because I'm washing my my cover. So yeah, I'm gonna stay up for a while. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Trying to get this right. Okay. So let me see what was said. Wait, is that camera good? It's gonna be good enough. Okay. So oh, I'm gonna check it out. Okay. Um, P.S. I'm not a big dog sinner anymore. Jesus' blood has cleansed me. This is my old account from LaGrosse. Markel says, oh, I'm gonna check it out. LaGrosse says Canada, but we have Google Meet meetings every Sabbath. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see, man. I don't know if you got my email. You got my email? 'Cause I don't know. I don't know why I'm taking my coat off. This the cold room, but whatever. I think my arm feel better. I mean my shoulder. Most I will. Well, let's see. I wonder what book I'm gonna read next. I know I'm gonna try to finish King James, Demonology, but I don't know. I haven't been too interested to read the Old and New Testament because I read it and I'm bored of it. So I'm trying to read hidden books, lost books of the Bible. So I don't know what's next. I don't know. I'm going to see what I feel I should read next. It's so many lost books that I've never read. I'm gonna just find some and see what I'm led to read next, along with King James, because I do want to finish Demonology live. That's not gonna be hard. That ain't gonna be hard at all. Let me see what else is going on. I love your videos, by the way. Appreciate it. Canada. Okay, I read that. I am only small dog center today. That's good. Okay, I'll just tell you my email. My email is amanshalom@yahoo.com. That's what I'll tell you when I was busy, but I had to get my clothes and stuff. That's what I was doing pretty much the whole day. Which is this, my old book? I'm just writing on the back. Nah, that's ugly. That's real ugly. I'm a, y'all hear that? Y'all hear me over here talk? I'm a trip. That was funny. It's ugly because how the back of my book looks. This book is old. This was my finance book right here, but whatever. I ain't even have to write it out either. I could have just spelled it, but whatever. That's how I did it. So. All right, here you go. I'm a trip. So it's Aman Shalom, spelled all A's, AmanShallam at yahoo.com. Aman Shalom. Bam. You can email me, and I'll most likely get it because I check it almost every day, at least every week. And I kind of have to because it's so much crap that comes in it. I gotta like keep up with important stuff. If I don't look through it in about a week, I'll miss something important probably, or I could. So, yeah. Appreciate it though. Well, I guess should I hang out with y'all for a little bit? Let me think. I got an hour at least and 40 minutes that I gotta stay up. I could probably hang out with y'all for a little bit. Yeah, we can hang out with y'all for a little bit. What y'all want to talk about? Anything. Almost anything. Maybe it's something I can share with y'all too. I didn't share that. Well, okay. I remember maybe 3 days ago, I was dreaming. I dreamed a dream. That's how the Bible says it. I dreamed a dream. So I was I don't know where I was, but maybe I was in this apartment. But wherever I was, I don't know exactly how it happened, but I know it was a demon nearby, and I just had to do my casting out demon thing. So I had remembered how to do it, and I remember that you got to say it with force and be serious and don't doubt, you know. So I was saying, I cast all evil out. I don't know what name for the Son of God I used, but I probably said Jesus. I don't remember saying the Hebrew name, but I could have said it. I'm not sure. But I know I said one of the names for the Son of God. I said I cast all evil out in one of the Son of God's name, and then after that, I remember saying other stuff too, like I might have said leave or and don't come back, you know. I know I was telling this demon off though. The stuff I was saying, I was just doing it how I was supposed to do it, but I've never said it like that before. Like I've never been so like frustrated with it. And saying all these things because normally I would just cast the demon out and not say all that, but I was like It was like this demon was getting the cuss out. It was like, don't come back. Like, get the F out of here. You know, I wasn't saying get the F out of here, but I was basically kicking him to the curb. Like, you better get out of here. But anyway, yeah, that's the dream I had. So, yeah. I never shared that with anybody. So, I shared it with y'all. Okay, I see you said cool again. All right, well, you got my email, so now anybody can email me. I don't care who email me, but just don't email me crazy stuff. Cause if you stress me out, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you you stressing me out, and then I don't think nobody gonna do it, but I'm just to let y'all know, certain people stress me out, and I tell them like, look, you stressing me out, and then I gotta tell them I'm gonna block you if you keep stressing me out. So stop stressing me out, and then they stop stressing me out. It rarely gets to the point where I gotta block somebody, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do because people just do whatever they want to do. I'm just not gonna let it happen. Mm-mm. No. I got a question for y'all though. What books would y'all want to read next? Cause maybe it's a book in here I got that y'all want to read. I have, or here, I have the New Testament Apocrypha. I don't know how many books in there. It's a lot. It talks about a lot of the deaths or ways that the people in the New Testament died, like the apostles. We have the books of Enoch 1, 2, and 3. I will not. Well, I ain't gonna say I won't read the third book, but I do not like the third book of Enoch because it's the craziest one. But the first two are the best ones. Didache. People pronounce it Didache, but I say Didache because it's spelled Didache. Did I E. So yeah, I say Didache. But anyway, then you got the main 15 books of the Apocrypha, which I'm bored of right now, so we're not gonna do those. Y'all gonna have to read those on y'all own time for now. But then we got the Lost Books of the Bible by William Hone. It's like 20 something books in there. Got a lot of books in there, some good stuff in there. We got the Seeing Gospel of Peace, book 1 through 4. I don't want to read that because the last one I was on was book 4, and book 4 is so long. I can't read it in one YouTube video. I'll have to break that up in like 2 videos or 3. That's how long the 4th book is. It's not bad. It's not a bad book. I'm just saying it's so long. That 4th book, I don't even want to read that live. But I might. What else we got? We got lost scriptures that did not make it into the New Testaments. 43 books in there, if I count right. A lot of books in there. The Didache is even in there too. And the Shepherd of Hermas. I was reading that earlier today. We got some stuff back there that I haven't even read. We got Josephus, Philo, which is another historian, just like Josephus, which is Hebrew as well. And a lot of people don't know that. That's this cherry out. That's not me. I'm just turning around. We got the Annals. The Annals of Imperial Rome by Tacitus. By Tacitus. This one, I got this because it shows that the Christ actually existed from outside sources, just like the Quran and other stuff. But whoever wrote that, they wasn't even like a apostle, or to be honest with you, I don't even know who wrote it, but whoever wrote it, I think it could have been like a soldier of Rome, and he basically was stating that the Christ existed, he was crucified and stuff like that. So it's good to have other people that wrote about him too. We got Patriarchs and Prophets, which is good. I don't read much of it, but it's good. I've been thinking to read some of it. I'm thinking. We got a lot. Some stuff I ain't gonna read. Like this book, it says A History of the Jews. Okay, I might, but I ain't gonna read it. Unless y'all say something, but I ain't gonna read it myself no time soon. But we also got, I'm not interested in it, that's why I read it. I ain't gonna read none of that down there. I just know, but I ain't gonna read. We also got the 5 book of Maccabees. I don't know if I ever read the 5th book of Maccabees on. I think I did before, because it's 5 that we can get. It's supposed to be 8, but 3 was lost or burnt in the fire, so we only got 5. Most books only got 4, but we got the 5th one. The Old and New Testament. No, I'm sorry, the Old Testament Peace Suited Figure for Volume 1 and Volume 2. I haven't read all those books. I will definitely read out of that. That is one of the greatest books right there. The Nag Hammadi Library is a totally different set of scrolls they found 9 hours away from the cave Qumran, where they found the Dead Sea Scrolls. Some of the same people is in that collection of scrolls that is in the Dead Sea Scrolls, like Paul, Peter, maybe some of the apostles, the Christ. Ain't that too? So we got some of those. We got the Dead Sea Scrolls Bible, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and no, it's the Dead Sea Scrolls on the cover. That's what it is. We got that one. We got the Clementine Homilies. Yeah, that's what that is. Get that one. We got the Septuagint, which I don't want to read right now. I was never that interested to read the Septuagint, but I know it do got differences in the Bible. I just don't care to read it right now. I mean, it's the Bible though. I don't really feel like reading it. So I wouldn't mind if there was a book, which they do have books where it'll show the Septuagint verse in comparison with the Masoretic text and show it in like the original text, Greek and Hebrew, and then English translations right under it, and just have the whole Bible side by side and just go to Genesis or through Genesis to the end of it. And I would like that, but no, I don't feel like doing all that, because just to compare everything, I gotta read the whole thing or read some of it, then go compare it with the Masoretic text or the Bible. I don't feel like doing all that. No. Whatever. So anyway, that's about it. Oh wait, we got the Quran over here. I did read the Quran online before. We also got the Dead Sea Scrolls in English, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls in English, by the way. I might read that one day online. Some good stuff in there. That's it. That's about all I got up here. Yep, that I'm gonna tell you I got a whole lot more, but I ain't gonna tell you everything I got, because some of this ain't to be read. Some of it's like Hebrew and English and Greek dictionaries and stuff that you can't read that online. I mean, okay, I could. That ain't really, can't, I do have a Bible trivia book over here though. I might have some fun one day. Get that out. Ask y'all some questions. Y'all want me to ask y'all some questions? Y'all think y'all can handle that? Y'all want to do that? Oh, man. I did do Bible trivia one day online. People had fun. They said I should do it more often. Yeah, I could probably even give out some, like, prizes to whoever does the best or something. Like give them a book, give them the strongest Strong's Syntactic Concordance of the Bible or something, or give them the Book of Enoch, or some book that they want or whatever. I heard my phone vibrating. I was like, what is that? Wycliffe? Oh, okay. I see it now. Look, Gross says, El Gross or Look Gross. El Gross says, oh, yeah. Okay, then he says, how about we debunk morals and dogma by A. Pike? I don't know if I got that. Yeah, in order to do that, I would have to get that, and I don't know if I want to buy it. I think that's a book, right? hmm Um, Markel Morrow says Lyft is weird. LOL. Lyft. You mean like the driving company, like the taxi service kind of? Never mind. LOL. But yeah, Lyft is weird. Look, LaGrosse says. I mean, I keep calling you LaGrosse. I'm gonna just say Gross for short. Who is Lyft? Wycliffe? Did he say Wycliffe? Yeah, he said Wycliffe. The driving app. Okay, yeah, I thought you were talking about the driving app. Um, Gross says, I don't know. What's an app? The driving company, LOL, where they take you places. I wish I had a personal driver. Is that stuff real? Is what real? A personal driver or Lyft? If you're talking about Lyft, yeah, it's real because people do it for a living and they get paid from it. So yeah, it's real. It's YouTube videos on it. You can go look at people being picked up in lifts and stuff like that. Yeah, it's real. Um, let's see. Markel also says I heard it was confusion because the canon hasn't been verified. Let me look this up. Let me see. Sorry. You say morals and dogma. Yes, a book of the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of Freemasonry. Yeah, I don't want to get into that. Um, it's on Amazon. Everything's on Amazon. Man, when you just look at the cover of this book, this ain't, and then the cost of it, ain't no way I'm gonna spend $40 for this. Albert Pike. Yeah, I thought that was your name. Um, let's see. Paperback about $8. I'll probably get like a PDF of it and just read it for free because I don't want to buy it. Morals and Dogma PDF. I got a Satanic Bible. I didn't want to buy that, but I got tired of looking online for the this particular verse about birthdays. I was like, man, you know what? I'm just gonna get it. Okay, I got the PDF. It's a lot of stuff in here. Forgotten books of the Bible, morals and dogma of the ancient and accepted Scottish rite of Freemasonry. Prepare for the Supreme Council of the Third Degree for the Southern jurisdiction of the United States and published by its authority. Charleston A.M. 5632. I'm just reading some of this stuff. These are the first things that pop up when I scroll down. Preface. The following work has been prepared by authority of Supreme Council of the 33rd degree, sorry, for the Southern jurisdiction of the United States by the Grand Commander. Man, see, I don't want to get into all this. They talking about this stuff that I know what's behind it. I don't want to read that. It's not bothering me or anything, but I don't want to read it. Maybe another day. Or maybe I could just read like certain parts of it. Yeah, look at this crap they're talking about. It says titles of degrees as herein given have in some instances been changed. Correct titles are as follows: 1. Apprentice. 2. Fellow craft. 3. Master. 4. Secret master. 5. Perfect master. 6. Intimate master. Intimate secretary. Just the title, I don't even like. But 7, provost and judge. 8, intendant of the building. 9, don't even care. 10, don't even care. 11, don't even care. 12, don't care. 13, Royal Arch of Solomon. What the F do you got me reading? 14, perfect elude. 15, Knight of the East. Prince of Jerusalem. After that, Knight of the East and West. Knight, Rose, Croix. I'm just skipping the numbers, but these are all the numbers. Let's see, I'm gonna skip through some of them. What is this crap? Noah Chit of Prussian Knight? Noachite. That's how they say it, Noachite. I was like, Noah Chit? Like, what is that? But anyway, Chief of the Tabernacle, Prince of the Tabernacle, Knight of the Brazen Serpent, Prince of Mercy, Knight Commander of the Temple, Knight of the Sun, or Prince Adept, Scottish Knight of St. Andrew, and I'm gonna just skip down to 32. It's supposed to be 33, but it only goes to 32. I wonder why. I thought it was 33. Interesting. Well, whatever. It only goes to 32. It says Master of the Royal Secret. Maybe it's a typo. I thought it was 33. That's all it says. This is where the actual book starts, looks like. Yeah, the actual book starts here. It says, Apprentice, the 12, Inseal Rule, and the Common Gravel. Force, unregulated or ill-regulated, is not only wasted in the void, like that of gunpowder burned in the open air, and steam unconfined by science, but striking in the dark, and its blows meeting only the air. They recoil and bruise itself. It is destruction and ruin. It is the volcano, the earthquake, the cyclone, not growth and progress. It's stupid. That's what it is. I'm sorry. I can't read it. I tried. It's stupid. You got to give me a specific part in it to read about whatever topic we're going against, because it's stupid. I tried. All right. Can't read it. I tried. I'm deleting that PDF. Unless you give me a specific part in it to read, because that was stupid. Now, let me read everything y'all was saying. I wish I had a personal driver. I heard it was confusion because the canon hasn't been verified. The reason I like those books, kinda, because it breaks up your mind. Okay, now wait a minute. You said the canon hasn't been verified. Now you talking about the canon as far as like the Bible canon? What you talking about? Anton LaVey is the one who wrote the Satanic Bible that I got, but this book that I was just reading from was by, I think, Albert Pike or somebody like that. Still kind of in the same category, but this one was just stupid. Way stupid. I don't even know, like, I'm thinking about how much they want you to pay for it, like $35 for that stupidity. It's stupid. Let's see. Markel says, yeah, I'm talking about that. Um, oh, okay. I thought you were talking about morals and dogma. Um, Gross says, how about we read Green Eggs and Ham by Dr. Zeus, by the way. Good. Markel says, no, is the Book of Enoch and etc. I'm talking about. Oh, well, that's certain people's opinion though, because Enoch is in the canon of the Orthodox churches. The Ethiopians got it in there. It's probably other Bibles that do. Yes, other Bibles that do too. You got it in the Sefer. It's in the Universal Bible, I think. Um, them the only three I know of. I think it's in. No, that's the same thing. Yeah, I'm gonna just stick with that. hmm But I think it's about who you listen to though, because Enoch is referenced in the book of Jude. Enoch is also it's cross references in the Essene Gospel of Peace. It's in there. It's also it also cross references with the Apocalypse of Paul, the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. Either five of the sons of Jacob or six of them wrote about Enoch, or Enoch is referenced in there. And I mean, they flat out say they read or they believe something, or they're getting some information from the book of Enoch. So they basically read it and they go by it. Um, that's the few I can tell you, but hmm so I guess that's like a little study you can look at, because if all these people are cross-referencing it and talking about it, and then it's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So I mean, I don't know. That's people's opinion. Yeah, I heard birthdays was idolatry. Huh? How? Wait a minute. I think I know what you're talking about. The worship of idols. No, no, can't be that definition. I'm looking at idolatry's definition because I'm trying to figure out how. So, extreme admiration, love, or reverence for something or someone. Okay, yeah, that definition will fit. People can have extreme admiration for something or extreme love for something, which can be a birthday, or extreme admiration, love, or reverence for something, which still, yeah. So for that definition, yeah, okay. But birthdays can also be celebrated in a righteous way. So it just depends on how you celebrate it and what you do. hmm If you want to read about that, like how to do it right, read. Um, I think it's called the Protevangelion. They call it different things. Or is it the? I think that's what it is. It's in the Lost Books of the Bible. Yeah, the Proto Evangelion in the Lost Books of the Bible. Now they call it other stuff, so I know that's one of them. I had read it for somebody recently. I gotta find it. When the child was a year old. Yeah. It's in chapter 6. in the Proti Evangelion of, well, in the Lost Books of the Bible, chapter 6, it talks about how they celebrated a righteous birthday. That's the only one I've ever heard of where they did it right. Foot. But what else you want to know? What else you want to talk about? Because yeah, some of these books I ain't gonna read. No, don't even want to. Um, and I have read some of them before, just some parts of it, a long, long time ago. Gross says it's not very long. Man, my foot. My foot just be hurting every now and then. hmm I'll tell y'all what I'm thinking. Well, I also want to get this a camera where you can zoom in and look at the moon and certain stars like really, really, really close, like really, really good. That's what I want. I don't know when I'm gonna get it, but yeah. And the good news is I won't be getting it like built into a phone because that's what I did, and it costs less money depending on which one you get. Because the phone I'm recording on right now, like for some reason this chair, I think it's because I got this coat right behind me. Because when I move around, it's making this sound, and it sounds like I'm farting, but now it's not. It was this coat, I believe, which I normally don't have behind me like that. But I had got this phone with this camera as 100 times space zoom, and it costs 1,400. But this camera that I can get to look in it even better, y'all. It's even better, better quality. It's just not a cell phone though. It's an actual camera. It's the Nikon. What is it? P900 and 1,000. Like those two cost less than this phone, and they got better zoom at looking at the moon and stars, way better. I'm gonna just say better, and it's cheaper, and I don't gotta worry about it being a phone. Like thank God, thank God. So I'm glad that exists. Um, I've been wanting something like that for a long time. Like let's see, probably since 2015 or 14. I got into this around that time. Like I used to record the stars and the moon, and I had crappy, cameras and stuff. But now I have better cameras and stuff, but they're still not as good as these cameras I'm telling you about now. Like these cameras got that, it's more of a professional look. Like if an eclipse was to happen and I had one of those cameras looking at the moon, oh man, you would see it kind of like how those people have it on TV. Yeah, you can see the moon real, real good. It's super good. So that's what I want to get. The lost books in that whole sector. Anything not in the Bible, 66 books, hasn't been verified. When you say that, it's funny because verified is your opinion. Like, who's saying, or where did you get this information that what is not in the 66 books of the Bible isn't verified? Where did you hear that, or where are you getting that from? That could be a whole topic itself. So, I'm just checking out the definition of verified real quick. Y'all already know, but just reading it. Make sure or demonstrate that something is true, accurate, or justified. Well, first off, reading that definition, you're incorrect. Because according to this definition, like if you go by that one, nah, that's not true. So let me read what you said again. You said the lost books and that whole sector, anything in the Bible, 66 books, hasn't been verified. Wait, let me make sure I'm reading this right. Anything not in the Bible, 66 books, hasn't been verified. No, that's not true. Because according to this definition, it says make sure or demonstrate that something is true. So make sure that something is true, accurate, or justified. I can show you something that's true in the book of Enoch, and nobody can, to my knowledge, say otherwise. I can show you stuff that's true from the Testament of Solomon or the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. I can show you stuff that's true in the Essene Gospel of Peace. I don't know what, I mean, I think, should think what you said, because I guess it depends on where you getting that from, and also, have you read these lost books or hidden books and verified them yourself? I think that could be it. I have. I've read a lot of these books. I cross-referenced these books. I did it tonight. I did some cross-references tonight, and or today, and yeah. I mean, yeah. So that's that. Let's see what you say. You say you're screwed. I'm just saying, I don't know where you got that from. I mean, if you got that from somebody and you just saying what they said, but you haven't done the research and study yourself, I mean, then that's different. But if you just say it yourself, but haven't like proved these books to be false, you just saying they false, okay, that don't really help, because I can show you otherwise. So you say you've read the book of Enoch, Jubilees in Jasher, the birthday candles, etc. What? No birthday candles in those books that I know of. But if you read Enoch, then you read the same thing I read. So we're talking about Enoch, huh? Well, why don't you go to Enoch one day or tonight and go to the book of Enoch, the first one, the first book of Enoch, and go to the luminary section, chapter 72 through 82, and study it. And go out in the world and prove it. Because this can be proven by everybody that is old enough to prove it. I mean, even little kids can prove this if they're allowed to, because they're governed by their parents. But this stuff that it talks about in here can be proven in every month. It happens every month. It's happening right now. It talks about the phases of the moon and the phases of the sun. And I'm trying to find the part. Let me see. 30, 31. Okay, the calendar, yeah, I see. Truth, eclipse for proof. Here's the part about the eclipse, okay. In chapter 72 of the book of Enoch, the first one says, verse 37, if I didn't say, it says, as he rises, talking about the sun, so he sets and decreases not. Oh, wait, maybe the moon, we'll see. Let me start over. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night. And his light is sevenfold brighter than that of the moon, so is the sun. But in regard to size, they are both equal. So it talks about that the moon and the sun are equal in size. This is true because when you see an eclipse, they perfectly match each other's shape. The sun is perfectly eclipsed by the moon all the time. You always see that circular, perfect shape. And then you can see the light of the sun from behind it going, it's people try to say different things about the sun being bigger or them being different sizes, but that's a lie. You can clearly see it when the eclipses happen. They always lying about something, but that's a truth right there in the book. If you don't believe that truth, just go look at a real eclipse. You can go online any day and look at it. When that moon is in front of the sun, they're the same size. How? Just look at it. And you tell me. And then if you don't believe that, just look at the moon and look at the sun. When they full, they the same size. Same size. So that's one of them right there. And then we got the moon phases. Let's see. Got the part in chapter 74 where it talks about, now this is too deep for me to break down right now, but if you read that and study it, or this whole chapter, but specifically that one, and if you actually go out in the world and follow it, because it happens every month, that one's true. In chapter 76, I don't even feel like reading it, but that one's like, there's some true stuff in here. This section here got some truths in it. In chapter 78 too. It talks, there it is again. Chapter 78 verse 3. These are two great luminaries. Their spears are like the spear of heaven, and the size of the spears are, and the size of the spears of both alike. Of both is alike, my bad. Talking about the moon and the sun. And it talks about how in certain seasons the sun is closer to us than in other seasons, which makes sense because like right now the sun is further away, so it's not giving us as much heat as it was when it was in spring and summer. It talks about how the sun goes into different doors or windows of heaven at different seasons, and if I'm saying it right, and also the moon does the same thing. Sometimes the moon turns around. It talks about how the moon turns around sometimes. I don't know if you ever noticed, but the moon slows down. That's what I call it when you say turns around. The moon at one point can be ahead of the sun, and then the moon will slow down so the sun can catch up with it. And yeah, it's a trip. This book, it got some good stuff in here about that. It also has one of the best descriptions of the new moon. It's undeniable truth right there. And here's chapter 78, verse 13 and 14. It says, it's talking about the moon. It says, she becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night. And the moon shines the whole night through until the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun. On the side whence the light of the moon comes out, there again she winds until all the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her spear disk is empty, void of light. You might not have understood it because you probably didn't study it, but what that meant is when the moon becomes full, the sun is setting in the west, and the moon will be on the east full. This happens every month. You can go out and see this every month. When the moon, matter of fact, when the moon, I challenge you to do this. If you remember, if you can, go out when the moon is full this month. Look at where it is when it's full. It's going to be on the east, rising, when the sun is setting in the west. Just like what this book just said. And then it's going to rule the night. And then the sun is going to come up over against her, just like what this said. And if you pay attention to it from month to month, you'll see the second part is true. It says, On the side when the light of the moon comes out, there again she wans until the light vanishes. So what this means is, let's say the moon is growing in light, like when it's a new moon, the very the very thin crest of the moon, which looks like a banana. When it's growing in light, let's say it's growing in light horizontally like this, and it's growing in light, and it becomes full. The way it grew in light horizontally is the way it's going to decrease in light the same month. And then the next month, it'll rotate. It'll turn from horizontally to maybe, we'll call this vertical, I guess. It'll grow in light from one direction. It'll either go up, down, horizontally, or left, right. And the same way it grew in light is the same way it decreases in light. That's what the book was saying. If you pay attention, the moon rotates the way it grows in light and the way it decreases in light every month. People don't pay attention. I didn't either. But when I read this and I studied it and then I looked at it in the world, it happened. Just like the book said. So those are some truths you can look at in the Book of Enoch and luminaries, study them, and go out and watch every month. This stuff happens. But nobody talks about it. Not even me. I don't talk about it. I don't tell people on YouTube about it because I haven't found the proper time and got everything set how I would like it to be to present the evidence. But it is truths in the Book of Enoch, the first one. Undeniably truths. I don't think anybody can say otherwise about it. I just think people are lazy. I think they lazy at going out and proving it. That's all. That's what I think. So I'm gonna see what was said. I read the bigger. Oh, I read that. Gross says, "How about the Latin Vulgate or Catholicism, Catechism or Papal Bulls? Never even heard of that one." Markel says, "But yeah, the Book of Enoch does cut. That's heavy stuff. Because I've heard that a man's mind is a spirit, and when you read those books, it do cut." If it contradicts Gross says this, if it contradicts Bible, then it's false. Okay. Markel says, the Dead Sea Scrolls talks about religious trends. And when I read that, I started to see them. Okay. I wonder which ones you talking about. Gross says the Dead Sea Scrolls authors weren't believers. Okay. Markel says the apostolic, denominations not to sow discord. Okay. Gross says no. I'm sorry, let me read this again. Gross says no, only their scripture. Some found fragments where weird Gnostic doctrine. Markel says, God bless. The birthday candles came from the idolatry part of birthdays, but you answered my question. It's like a ceremony. Okay. Gross says, I still question the validity of the LXX. Oh. Well, did you read it? Markel says the fallen angels and stuff that happens in the spirit realm. Okay. Gross says our real birthday is when you are baptized and believe on Christ. Okay. No comment to that one. No comment to that one. But why can't you said something about the LXX. You still don't have validity of the LXX. Well, I asked, have you read it? Because if you read it, maybe you'll find it. And, hold on, let me check something out. Okay. So synonyms for validity is soundness, reasonableness, rationality, logic, power, foundation, authority, strength, force, bona fides, effectiveness, believability, credibility. Okay, so reading some of those, I can see how the Septuagint has some of these. I can see the credibility, the power, the viability. Well, I can see some of this. I can see the weight. You know, I can see the authority too. When you know who wrote it, and let's see, the definition of validity is the quality of being logically or factually sound. See, I don't think you read much of the Septuagint or the Septuagint, because if you read it, I think you would know the validity of it based on that definition. Let me read it. Let's read it. You want to read it? Because I mean, it ain't that hard to see. I don't know how. Let me read what y'all said. You said, Markel says, yes, I agree. That's because the Lord commanded that way. But from the spiritual standpoint, yes. The book of Enoch got deep, lol. Yeah, yeah, it is. Got some of the most uniquest information in the world. Let's see. Gross says, because the old man is dead, you are made a new creature, risen in Jesus Christ. This is Markel. Markel says, when I was reading that stuff, visions was coming to my mind out of nowhere, but it was spiritual. But I don't know. Let me get Septuagint. I don't know if you study manuscripts or just researched it, but if you do that, you'll see some good information on the Septuagint too. One of my only Septuagint's, I only got one. No, I got two. I should get another one day. There is books out there with the Septuagint and I think the Masoretic text where they like compare them side by side or do some sort of comparison. Comparison. That's funny. All right, this is gonna be the last little bit for me. Y'all gotta get ready to get out of here, but I'm gonna read some of the Septuagint and show some of it, because I don't know if you read it. I mean, if you read it, I think you will see the validity of it. Based on the definition I read, I think you will see it. What part of it should I read? This is Leviticus. Leviticus 20. What chapter is this? 28? 20, 27? I think it's 28. Oh, that's numbers? My bad. It's numbers. They got it written in Greek, so I can't see. I don't know Greek very well. So, okay. All right. So, verse 1 in Numbers, chapter 1, it says, and the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tabernacle. I don't want to read that one. I'm going to go to Genesis. That's why I wanted to go. We're gonna go right there. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go right here. Alright. Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God made the heaven and the earth, but the earth was unsightly and unfurnished, and darkness was over the deep, and the Spirit of God moved over the water. And God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good, and God divided between the light and the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And there was evening and there was morning the first day. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the water, and let it be a division between water and water. And it was so. And God made the firmament, and God divided between the water which was under the firmament, and the water which was above the firmament. And God called the firmament heaven, and God saw that it was good. And there was evening, and there was morning the second day. And God said, let the water which is under the heaven be collected into one place, and let the dry land appear. And it was so. And the water which was under the heaven was collected into its places, and the dry land appeared. And God called the dry land earth, and the gatherings of the waters he called seas. Sounds on point to me so far. So let's keep going. And God saw that it was good. And God said, let the earth bring forth the herb of grass, bearing seed according to its kind, and according to its likeness, and the fruit tree bearing fruit, whose seed is in it according to its kind on the earth. And it was so. And the earth brought forth the herb of grass, bearing seed according to its kind, and according to its likeness, and the fruit tree bearing fruit, whose seed is in it according to its kind on the earth. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening and there was morning the third day. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth, to divide between day and night. And let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days, and for years. And let them be for light in the firmament of the heaven, so as to shine on the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light for regulating the day, and the lesser light for regulating the night, the stars also. And God placed them in the firmament of the heaven, so as to shine on the earth, and to regulate day and night, and to divide between the light and the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And there was evening and there was morning the fourth day. And God said, let the waters bring forth reptiles having life, and winged creatures flying above the earth in the firmament of heaven. And it was so. And etc. and etc. and etc. It's the same stuff that we read in the Old Testament of the Masoretic text. What was bad about that? How was that not valid? I don't know. You got to answer that question, because I can go on the Old Testament from the Masoretic text and read about the same thing. What was false in that I just read? I'm reading the comments. Okay, Gross says, concerning LXX, I think maybe it was written much later. Much later than what? Much later. Hold on. Like much later. Okay, you gotta like tell me like a timeline, like much later. What do you mean? And then you say there are English translations of the LXX. I find Origin as a philosopher. Excuse me. Sometimes he went a little too far in his doctrine. Okay, I read some of your stuff, Markel, too. But I mean, what you're telling me don't seem to be giving me an answer as far as why you said the Septuagint doesn't have validity. I just read almost 16 verses, maybe 20, maybe 21, something like that. Sounds just like what the Masoretic texts say about Genesis chapter 1. How is this not valid? You even got the Greek right next to it. You can actually translate the Greek to see if they tell you the truth. You don't get Bibles like that. You gotta like specifically look for certain Bibles that have the Masoretic text on one side, or to have it in there along with the English translation so you can verify that. Let me ask you this. Do you even know how old the Septuagint is? Do you know how old the Masoretic text is? Do you know how old the Dead Sea Scrolls is? Do you know how old the manuscripts of the Bible are? Do you know the oldest manuscripts of the Bible, of the Old Testament? I just read from one. The Septuagint, that's one of them. It's older than the Masoretic text. You say, I think you said stuff that's not in the 66 books is not valid. No, Markel, I think you said that. But both of y'all need to research the oldest manuscripts of the Old Testament. The Septuagint is one of them. It's older than the Masoretic text. The Masoretic text is the one you read from when you read the KJV, the popular KJV. That's from the Masoretic text, not the Septuagint. They know about the Septuagint. If you get a 1611, they talk about it. Let me show you that. People don't read this. When you look in the 1611, it tells you how the Bible was put together. They talk about it. They know about it. King James and the group of people that translated the Bible, they know. They wasn't ignorant of it. Let me get to it. There's a lot of stuff in here. They tell you the different Bibles that came before the KJV. I gotta go back some. 1611. Okay, let's see this part. The Septuagint. It's so much in here. I don't know if I highlighted everything. They talk about the Apocrypha. Okay, hold on. Somebody said, okay, on page 40, in the introduction of the 1611 KJV, it says, in contrast, it's the very top of it. You can look this up online for free. You can get this information and read it. It says, in contrast with all these preparatory arrangements and rules, we may now quote the only nearly contemporary account of the experiences of one of the revisers, which has come down to us. This relates to one of the second Cambridge group, to whom was committed the translation of the Apocrypha, Dr. John Boyce, afterwards 1619 Dean of Canterbury, but at this time the holder of a living at Boxworth, which is to be feared he rather neglected during his work as a translator. His biographer, Dr. Anthony Walker, writes, when it pleased God to move King James to that excellent work, the translation of the Bible, when the translators were to be chosen for Cambridge, he was sent for thither by therein employed, and was chosen one. Some university men thereat repining, if I said it right, it may be, service, disdaining that it should be taught they needed any help from the country, forgetting that Tully was the same man at Tuscullian, if I said it right, as he was at Rome. Sure I am that part of the Apocrypha was allotted to him, for he have showed me the very copy he translated by, but to my grief I know not which part. So it's talking about the Apocrypha, and it was a group of people from the Cambridge who was supposed to translate it, and they did, to my knowledge. And the Apocrypha is in the 1611 King James Bible, but it was removed later on from a lot of the King James versions today. But it was always in there. Bibles before the KJV had it in there too. The Septuagint has it in there too. Let's see. I'm looking for information on the Septuagint because they do talk about it. I probably passed it. That's what I think I did. Yeah, I passed it. Well, they talk about the first complete Bible in English, which was the Wycliffe Bible. That had the Apocrypha too. Where is the Septuagint? Dang, it's so much in this beginning. Jesus Christ. I might not have highlighted it. That's probably what it is. But it's in here. It's in here. I thought I highlighted it. I'm gonna have to definitely highlight it because it's in here. Should be. I gotta skim through it and try to find it because I didn't highlight it like I thought I did. I see Hebrew. It's a lot to skim through. Augustus. Greek and Latin. Okay. Translations. It's a lot of stuff. The Old Testament. Language themselves understood. Is that it? Scriptural? No, that's something else. I was gonna say. Hebrew tongue. Yeah, I'm sure I'll find it if I just read it. It's a lot though. Okay, I see origin. So it's probably over here. I see the hexaflood. Where my highlighters at? I'm gonna go ahead and highlight some of this. So this is the part where it says to the reader, the translators. We have it talking about origin, which one of y'all mentioned. The translation of the 70 interpreters, commonly so-called, which prepared the way for our Savior among the Gentiles by written preaching at St. John Baptist, did among the blah, 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 blah. So let me go up a little bit. So it's talking about, it says, while God will be known only in Jacob and have his name great in Israel and in none other place, while the dew on Gideon's fleece only and all earth. Let me skim some of this. Hebrew. I see stuff. I'm just skimming it. I think it was going to talk about the Septuagint. It says, okay, yeah, I think this is talking about it right here. Yeah. That's it. It just didn't say the Septuagint right there, but it's talking about it right there. And then there goes the hexaflood right there by origin. Yeah, y'all need to, I don't know if both y'all need this, but y'all need to read this because they talking about it right here. They're going to probably flat out say it in a minute. Let me turn the page. Hold on. so much in here, man, I tell you. And the words are really, really small. The apostle. All right, I'm gonna read this part. That is definitely talking about it. I didn't see the exact words LXX or Septuagint, but they are talking about it without saying it directly. So this part, y'all bear with me. All right, it says, this is page, oh, don't even say what page. This is the part where it says to the reader. So let me see. I started right there. So I'm gonna have to read this whole thing and not skip anything. Okay. So it says, I'm still skimming, y'all. I'm still trying to cheat and find it, but I don't see it. Okay. So it says, while God would be known only in Jacob and had his name great in Israel and in none other place, while the dew lay on Gideon's fleece only, and all the earth besides was dry, then for one, let me make sure I ain't skipping a line. Then for one and the same people, which spake of all them the language of Canaan. So they spoke all the language of Canaan. And then it says that is Hebrew. One and the same original in Hebrew was sufficient. But when the fullness of time drew near, that the Son of righteousness, the Son of God, should come into the world, whom God ordained to be a um, reconciliation through faith in his blood, not of the Jew only, but also of the Greek. Yeah, of all them that were scattered abroad. Then lo, it pleased the Lord to stir up the spirit of a Greek prince, Greek for descent and language, even to Ptolemy, king of Egypt, to procure the translating of the book of God out of Hebrew into Greek. So this is the part that I was talking about. If you know the history, you'll know that this is referring to the Septuagint. And then it says, this is the translation of the 70 interpreters, commonly so called, which prepared the way for our Savior among the Gentiles by written preaching, as St. John Baptist did among the Jews by vocal. For the Grecians, being desirous of learning, were not wont to suffer books of worth to lie molding in kings' libraries, but had many of their servants ready scribes to copy them out. And so they were dispersed and made common. Again, the Greek tongue was well known and made familiar to most inhabitants in Asia by reason of the conquest that that there were Grecians had made, as also by the colonies and etc. etc. Okay, so it's talking about Septuagint and how it was translated from Hebrew to Greek. And down here it talks about Septuagint again. It says why the translation, I'm just skimming down, it says why the translation of the 70 was allowed to pass the current, notwithstanding, though it was commended generally, yet it did not fully content the learned, no, not of the Jews. For not long after Christ, Aquila fell in hand with a new translation. And after him, Theodosian, something like that. And after him, Symmachus, yeah, there was, let me highlight these names, Christ, Aquila. And then it says, yeah, there was a fifth and a sixth edition, and authors whereof were not known. These with the 70 made up the hexapla, and were worthily and to great purpose compiled together by Origin. Howbeit the addition of the 70 went away with the credit, and therefore not only was placed in the midst by Origin, for the worth and excellency thereof above the rest, and Epiphanes gatherer, but also was used by the Greek fathers for the ground and foundation of the commentaries. Of their commentaries. So that one sounds like it was valid. There's your validity right there of the Septuagint. People in the past found it good enough that they used it. Early church fathers, a certain Septuagint. They went by the one that the 70 wrote. The 70 are the Hebrew priests. I believe they were all Levites. It talks about it in a book in the Old Testament, Peace with the Epigrapha. If you read it, it tells you who they were, it tells you all their names. They were all Hebrew Israelites, and they translated it into Greek from Hebrew. So if you know that, I don't think you'll be so against it. Plus, if you actually read it and compare it with the Bible, I don't think you'll be so against it either. Now, let's see what else it says. If it's anything else, let me see what this say. Hold on. It's a whole lot. Wait a minute. Look at this. Towards the end, it says, let's see. I'm going to just keep reading. I'm going to read and stop at this last part. Because this is good right here. Wow. Dang, that's pretty good. I think I need to read more of this myself. But it says, but also was used by the Greek fathers for the ground and foundation of their commentaries. Yeah, Epiphanes above named do attribute so much to it, that he hold the authors thereof not only for interpreters, but also for prophets in some respect. So check that out. The people who translated it, Epiphanes, holds them as prophets in some respect, according to this. Then it goes on. Now that makes it more valid, but let's keep going. Then it goes on to say, and Justinian, the emperor, enjoining the Jews, his subjects, to use especially the translation of the 70, rendereth this reason thereof, because they were, as it were, enlightened with prophetical grace. Okay, they were enlightened with prophetical grace. Yet, for all that, as the Egyptians are said of the prophet to be men and not God, and their horses flesh and not spirit, so it is evident, and Saint Jerome affirm as much, that the 70 were interpreters. They were not prophets. Okay. They did many things as well. They did many things well as learned men, but yet as men they stumbled and fell. One while through oversight, another while through ignorance. Yeah, sometimes they may be noted to add to the original. Let's see, sometimes they may be noted to add to the original. And then it says, and sometimes to take from it. Ooh. Which made the apostles to leave them many times when they left the Hebrew, and to deliver the sense thereof according to the truth of the word, as the Spirit gave them utterance. This may suffice touching the Greek translations of the Old Testament, which is the Septuagint. Translation of the Hebrew and Greek, Latin. So it even gets into the Latin, but I'm going to stop right there because that's a lot. I thought it flat out said the Septuagint, though. It might but I ain't see it. It's a lot. It's a lot in here. It's a whole lot. Man, there's so much in here. They still talking about it. Close that book, man. So, let me see. Let me go up. Because I'm probably so far behind, looks like. Man, y'all said a lot. Y'all said all that. You said there are English translations of the LXX. I find origin as a poem. I remember that. Sometimes I remember that. Markel says, I started two religious trends in the church body of Christ, and I believe that these religions came from devils. I think I saw the Dead Sea Scrolls. Gross says there are absolutely no manuscripts predating the 3rd century AD to validate the claim that Jesus or Paul quoted a Greek Old Testament. I think you got them dates wrong. The Septuagint, to my knowledge, goes back to, like, they say 200, 300 BC. Unless that's the same as AD. Okay, cool. But they were before the Christ. And just because you can't find a quote from Jesus or Paul don't mean that Septuagint isn't valid. How about reading it? Have you read it? Markel says, as far as Enoch goes, Enoch pleased God. Mhm. Man, I'm trying to read some of this, but my sleepiness catching up with me. Gross says quotations by Jesus and Paul in new versions, New Testaments may match readings in the so-called Septuagint. Well, I mean, it's a guy I know. His name is Jeremiah Yahoo. He's on YouTube and Facebook, mainly on Facebook. He actually compares the Septuagint with the Bible, or Masoretic text, and it does line up better sometimes with the Septuagint. So it will seem that sometimes they're getting this information from the Septuagint over the Masoretic text, but you gotta check it out yourself. Gross says because new versions are from the exact same 4th and 5th century AD manuscripts which underlie the document sold today and called the Septuagint. Gross says the preface of the Septuagint marketed today points out that the stories surrounding the BC before Christ creation of the Septuagint LXX and the existence of a Greek Old Testament are based on fables. How in the heck did you get that? But anyway, I don't know what Septuagint you was reading, but the one I got don't say that. All of the Septuagint manuscripts cited in its concordance were written after AD 200. Okay. Then you say, and represent origins, hexapla, and kind. I say to that, so what? But also them dates, I think it's off. But anyway, the Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics elaborates, calling the letter of Pseudo Orestes a manifest forgery, and the fragments of. Actually, that's not the only thing that supports it though. It's other writings that talk about Orestes. So if that was a forgery, why is other people talking about his letters, um, and what he said in it? Like, so it's anyway. Let's keep going. Now, even if you go with that, it's a forgery. You lack um studiness, or you lack the study of the Septuagint and the verifying of it yourself, because what you're telling me is dates of it and like the introduction information of it, and but that isn't reading it. Like, I haven't heard you really prove to me that it's false. You just saying what the introduction of it says, or timelines, and what else you talking about? You talking about stuff that don't really matter. I mean, cause like the introduction of it, from one Septuagint book that, I mean, I guess sounds false to you, that don't matter to me. And then you talk about erase these letters, a forgery, which I have no proof of, and that don't sound legit to me either. Then you talking about it's not valid, but I haven't heard you say you read it. I haven't heard you say you cross-referenced it with the Bible. I haven't heard you say you looked at the manuscripts of the Septuagint. I haven't heard you. Well, you did talk about the dates of it, which I think your dates is off. Unless 200 AD is the same as 200 BC. But if it's not, your dates is off. The Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls are around the same dates. They both were before the Christ. You even got some of the Septuagint was found with the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's just not talked about that much. I actually got pictures of it. I have it in one of my books. So if Dead Sea Scrolls was 200 AD, which I think is after Christ, I could be wrong, but if that's not before it, them dates off. So yeah, about that part, I think you just need to read it and cross-reference it. Like, just look up more information on the scriptures in it versus the macerated text. And do you even know how old the macerated text is? The macerated text is only 1000 AD. The Septuagint is older than that. And so is the Dead Sea Scrolls. And you don't have to rely on just the Septuagint. You got the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Samaritan Pentateuch, and the Targums. And you can use this Septuagint too. They're all old sources of the Bible, but you can see if the Dead Sea Scrolls say the same as the Septuagint and the macerated text and what else, the Targums, and you can compare them, but you haven't done it. So the stuff you're saying about it being valid and this and that kind of don't really matter. It don't matter that much because you haven't really dug into it. I mean, you picked around it, but you haven't really got in it. You know, you digged around the Septuagint, but you haven't, like, you know, got in it. You got to get in it. It's like a pool. You went all around the pool. You might have, like, touched it with your foot, but you ain't got in the pool. You got to get in the pool. I mean, you got information on it, but your information, you need more information. Sometimes it's good to be informed about something, but you getting opinions and things from other people, and that's not gonna get you the whole the whole information about something. If you want to know about something, you got to read it. You got to get in it, you know, for yourself, because that's like me saying stuff about the Bible, but I'm getting it from other people. Like, it was dated to this, and it was that. The preface said this, but I never read it. And I'm saying, or that's like me saying the Bible isn't valid. There's no valid. What would you say? The validity. I can't even say it. The validity. There you go. The validity of the Bible. I can't even say it. But that's like me saying there's no proof the Bible is legit, but I never read it. It's kind of like what I'm hearing from you. Oh well. Only the tribe of Levi was permitted by God to write the scriptures. Any Jew living in or returning to Egypt was in direct disobedience to God's command. Yeah, this right here. Oh, I'll be back. Yep, that's what's gonna happen. what's going on for? That's cool. Hey, cool me. All right, I'm back. I gotta get my cover ready. So, yeah. So we're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. It is 12:25. I stayed on here like it seemed like 2 more hours. That's what it seemed like to me. Almost 5 more minutes. And that don't seem right, but yeah, that's what I remember. I tell you what I'm doing. I'm gonna get you some information. That's the stuff you saying over there. We're gonna check this out. Cause I got time. I got lots of time. I got about 40 minutes. So we're gonna check this out. So you say the Septuagint was 200 AD. Okay. Well, let me make sure I understand what AD is, because I forgot. AD is Latin for in the year of the Lord, referring to the birth of Christ. CE, the abbreviation for Common Era, I don't care about Common Era, is used to mark time in the same way. BC means, I know that. So AD and 1403 CE are the same date, are 400,000 B. Okay, so I got AD. So I understood it right. So AD is Latin for in the year of the Lord. So that's basically after Christ, if I understood it right. So you said 200 AD, which is after Christ, 200 years, right? That's how I understood it. Just to make sure, I'm gonna type in 200 AD definition. We're gonna see 200 AD. Let's see what they give me. That's exactly what I thought. Yeah, you off on that. Now, if you are right, then I'm wrong. So let me check out the date of the Septuagint. Let's see. Oldest Septuagint manuscript. Okay. It says Papyrus Foad 266, 3 fragments listed as Rouse 847, 848, and 942 is a fragmentary papyrus manuscript and scroll. Just give me the date. Okay, it says to the 1st century BC. You can look that up anytime. You got 1st century BC, not AD. So that's before Christ. And it is more. Some say 150 BC. Let me see. Somebody asked, what are the oldest copies we have of the Septuagint LXX? I know it is present in Codex Sinaiticus and other codices, and there are many in scrolls and papyri, or are there only codices? Somebody said one of their answers was 150 BC. I heard that too. Well, I heard something like that. I heard like 200 or 300 BC. But I hear that like BC a lot. I don't hear AD. I don't think. Oldest Septuagint manuscript. I already read from that one. Trying to find some other sources of information. Where is? Oh no, I can't use that. 247 BC. What early manuscripts exist today? hmm Okay, look at this. Well, you can't see it, but it says in the Dead Sea Scrolls are perhaps the greatest archaeological find of our time, produced by Jewish monastic Essenes. The scrolls number about 800, 200 of which are of biblical material. In 1947, shepherds discovered them in quite, I mean, I guess that's quiet, and quiet by accident. Oh no, it's quiet. I thought it was quiet. And quiet by accident in cave about the Wadi Qumran Valley, northwest of the Dead Sea. A few of the scholars and archaeologists who contributed to their discovery and verification include, I don't care, no, but I'm gonna skip the names. Um, Okay, it says these copies of Isaiah written 1,000 years earlier than the previously oldest known copy have proven to be word for word identical with our standard Hebrew Bible, which is the Masoretic text. Okay, and then it says in more than 95% of the text, the 5% of variation considered chiefly of obvious slips of the pen and variations in spelling. Then it says, great respect must therefore be given to the interim copyists diligently slaving for accuracy. They apparently achieved it. Of the 166 words in Isaiah 53, there are only 17 letters in question. 10 of these letters are simply a matter of spelling, which does not affect the sense. 4 more letters are minor stylistic changes, such as conjunctions. The remaining 3 letters comprise the word light, which is added in verse 11 and does not affect the meaning greatly. Furthermore, this word is supposed by the LXX, and IQ is the first cave of Qumran Isaiah scroll. Thus, in one chapter of 166, I was trying to see if it was going to talk about the Septuagint, but it says today much of the Dead Sea Scrolls collection remains with the many individual scholars to whom the various scrolls and fragments were assigned and named after. Some of the documents are owned by Hebrew University in Jerusalem and are on display in the Shrine of the Book Museum in West Jerusalem. These include one Isaiah scroll, which was written between 150 BC and 100 BC. Another blah, blah, blah. Bam! Right here. It says the Septuagint. It says, or LXX is the oldest Greek translation of the Old Testament. It was begun around 247 BC by 70 scholars of Alexandria, Egypt, for an expanding community of Greek-speaking Jews, and was completed no later than 117 BC. It says R.K. Harrison confirms its early use. While there are certain differences in New Testament usage, there is no doubt that of all Greek versions, the LXX was employed predominantly, and that it enjoyed independent existence in the period just prior to the time of Christ. See what I'm saying? Then it says the Septuagint was also most likely the standard Old Testament text used by the early Christian church. Early LXX material is included in the Rylands Papyrus 458, which dates back to 150 BC. And then it talks about the Old Testament, the Masoretic text, and others. And it tells us that the Masoretic text includes many copies of the Old Testament books and works dated between AD 500 through 1000. And it says one is the Codex Leningrad. I know that, but it gives you the dates and I think this is what you was talking about right here. It even goes down here and says other early copies of scripture from the first centuries AD include the freer Greek manuscript 5 from the 3rd century, Origen's Hexapla from AD 240. You were talking about AD 200 or 300. That is talking about the 5th manuscript in Greek. Sounds like of the Septuagint, but that was not the oldest. You had a lot of different manuscripts of the Septuagint, just like you got different manuscripts of the Masoretic text from different times. But you haven't tested them out. I haven't tested them out that much either. I don't care to, but at times I do. But I don't just go around saying it's not valid and stuff like that because for whatever reason you say it, I don't do that. I actually try to go in and read it and buy it and look at manuscripts and translate and learn, talk to people about it who will talk to me about it, but I don't just say it's false before I ever like, you know what I'm saying? Like read it and look into it and stuff like that. Reading it is important because this isn't just a book like, for instance, like the Satanic Bible or some sort of satanic book. Like I can do without reading those. I mean, they're not that important. Like the Holy Scriptures. I mean, this is different. Something like that, if it's claiming to be like that, I mean, I think you should be willing to actually read it, give it a shot, but I don't know if you did it. I mean, it sounds like you still need to do it. So I think you need to actually read it and compare it. You got to test it out to see if when you read it, does it make you um, does it make you understand things? Does it still give you an increase in spirit? Does any of it stand out? Is it important what you're reading? Um, does it make you want to stop keeping God's commands? Does it make you want to denounce God or the Son of God? I mean, you gotta you gotta read it with the same mindset and rules that you read any other books. That's how I do. When I read a book, I go into it with a certain mindset sometimes because you don't know how this book is gonna be. This book might try to tell you to turn away from God or not keep the commandments, become a witch, do that. You know, I'm mindful of stuff like that. So when I read it and I'm aware. I have a certain process, and if it makes me feel a certain way, good or bad, I pay attention. If I get attacked by an evil spirit while I'm reading it, I pay attention. If the Holy Ghost comes to me while I'm reading it, I pay attention. If I can cross-reference it with the Bible or other books biblically related, I pay attention. You didn't say any of that. You just said it's not valid. It's from this date. Some maybe you said somebody wrote it. Origin. You talking about stuff that's not that just don't hold that much weight. You gotta do better than that. You gotta read it. I sat on this live and read some of it for you. You gotta read it for yourself. You gotta take time and get into this book. It's the scriptures we're talking about. It's not like some satanic book that I don't care about, like the Illuminati too. Man, I don't care about that book. But we talking about the Holy Scriptures right here. I mean, you gotta at least prove it, like really, really prove it. I mean, you got to come on. It's different. You got to read it. You don't need to just dismiss stuff like that. You gotta give it a shot first. Yeah. So I don't see a problem with it. I mean, I think it's good to have. Well, it's good to have because if somebody don't believe in the Bible, the Masoretic text version of it, well, or the Bible at all. I mean, you got other written manuscripts of it. That's different dates. You got the Masoretic text. They don't believe that. Okay, what about the Septuagint from a different time? You got the Samaritan Pentateuch. You got the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Targums. I mean, it's good for proof that what the book is saying is what it really said overall. I mean, there might be some variations and differences, a little bit of added, a little bit taken away here and there, but I think for the most part, you're gonna get the same stuff in all of them. Like in the beginning, Genesis, God made the heavens and the earth, and He did this and did that, and blah blah blah. He rested the seventh day. I think they all gonna say the same stuff. It just might be a little bit more detail, a little bit added, taken away, some variations and spellings and stuff, but they pretty much all gonna tell you the same stuff. But you gotta be willing to read it. Oh yeah, I looked it up. I'm saying the sources are suspect. Okay. I remain uncertain as to whether it LXX is trust. What? Okay, read it then. Just read it. That's all you gotta do. Like I said, everything. Well, a lot of stuff I read, I'm not. I don't take things just to be legit before I read it. I read stuff, and if it seems, um, I don't know, if I just seem to not know if it's true or not, I'll even ask the Most High. I mean, I'll just ask Him on the spot. You can pray about it, and the Most High will let you know. And I did that with the Testament of Solomon. The Most High showed me immediately it was true. And then later on, I found cross references for it with the Apocrypha. I mean, the information in it was spot on. Then, I did other books, probably similar, not exactly the same, but the Sing Gospel of Peace. They had some stuff in there. I didn't know if it was true, but I actually went out and tried it. It was true. Some of the stuff I read in there I already knew was true, but you got certain stuff in certain biblical books you just gotta test out. You gotta try it. You gotta try them out. So Enoch too. Enoch was one of them. I went out and proved some truths in the book of Enoch. I mean, that's what we need to be doing. If we're not sure if something is true, we gotta. The scriptures say in 1 Thessalonians 5:21, prove all things, hold fast that which is good. If you're not sure about something, you gotta prove it's true, or you gotta prove it's untrue. If you can't find any truth for it, then you can't stand on it. I mean, I don't try to teach from stuff I can't prove. I don't get on here and tell you nothing I can't prove. If I don't know it, I don't know it. I'm not gonna act like I know it. And if I can't prove it to you, I'm not gonna prove it to you. Like I was telling you about the Septuagint being older than the 200 AD. Like I got on the internet and I showed you, well, I told you what I was saying. This stuff was older than 200 AD, but there is a version of the Septuagint that came along much later by another person who recopied it, and he might have messed up some stuff when he was copying it, but it was dated to like 250 AD, going along with what you said. Now his version of it might be screwed up. That might be the one you're talking about, but the original from the 70, they a lot of people stood by that. But it's different manuscripts of it though. So I didn't say it was false. I questioned its origins. I thought you did say it was. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Yes, I have the LXX in my Bible software and have compared it to other versions. Okay. You say the LXX is written in Koine Greek. So what? I don't care if it was written in German. It's a darn biblical text. Don't matter. I could write a biblical text in English. What's the difference? If it's biblical and spiritual and true, I mean, and things like that, it don't matter the language. If God inspires somebody to write something, it don't matter what language it was in. It don't matter. Because even if, let's say, something was written in Latin, somebody can take it from Latin and translate it into Greek. So, what's the difference? As long as it's translated properly and written correctly, it's no difference. Not much of a difference anyway. Truth is truth. Shoot, it could be in Russian language and then translated to the Chinese language. If it's still true, what's the difference? It's no difference. It's not much of one. You say, oh, I think I read that. Yeah, I read that already. I'm saying I don't know is my final answer, I suppose. Well, I'm gonna do this for you. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go and give you this name. This dude right here, he's into it more than me, because like I said before, I don't care about comparing the Septuagint versus these different manuscripts like that right now. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But that's not my thing right now. So it's this guy who does it often. He's way more into it than me. He did a lot of videos on it already. Me, like I said, don't care that much. So I'm gonna give you his name, and you can check him out. Is that him? No, that's somebody else. Hold on, let me find him. His name is similar to other people's names. Why I can't find the one I'm looking for? Why are you making it difficult on me, Facebook? Huh? What's going on here? I'm gonna find them, my friends. That's what I'm gonna do. They be tripping, man. For real. I don't know why they be doing me like that. They know who I'm looking for. Why they be doing me like that, y'all? Why they do me like that? I'm just messing. I think I'm spelling it wrong. I'm probably spelling it wrong. There it is. I was spelling it wrong. Okay. So this guy, his Facebook channel, well, page is Jeremiah Yahoo. I'm trying to go there right now so I can get the whole spelling. Yehuda Yasharal. So I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna spell it. I could leave a link in the video too. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna delete this video anytime soon. So I'll put his Facebook in the description of the video. I don't know if you got Facebook, but if you do, he does these videos a lot. Well, he did them. He might still do them every now and then, but his name is Jeremiah Yahoo, Yehuda Yasharal, spelled YIRMEYAHU space Yehuda, YAHUDAH space YASHARAL. And he does a lot of these videos that you are talking about. You could probably go on his page and just search for it. Maybe. Nah, I don't see where you can do that at. But I wonder if I search. Let's see. I'm gonna just say LXX versus Masoretic text and see if his videos pop up on Facebook. Masoretic. Let's see what pops up. I don't see his videos, but maybe somewhere down the line. I see God Rules. Okay, good. He got some good stuff. Now I don't see his, but maybe his is somewhere down buried. Dang, it's a lot of videos. Mm. Mm-mm. I don't see him. Maybe he will pop up if you spell out Septuagint. I don't know. Please give link to your LXX version. Mine's is okay. All right. Now I'm not gonna like right away after this video is posted because I'm gonna go to sleep. But I'll try to look back at this video and remember everything I said I was gonna put in the description and do that. So I'll put that one in the description of the video, the book I have of the Septuagint, because it has the Greek and the English. And the information in the beginning is nothing like what you said you read from another one. So I'll do that. And I'll try to ask my brother Jeremiah Yahoo to put more videos on YouTube because he does have a YouTube channel, but he just don't put a lot of videos on it. So commenting on the post your phone. It's hard to find it if you just search for Septuagint versus Masoretic text and find his videos. So the only way you can find his is to get him on Facebook and go through his videos because it's hard to find him the other way. But I guess I'm gonna have to do videos on it then because if it's hard to find his, it's just not my thing right now. I'm just saying. But I guess I'll have to just look into it some more because I don't see a problem with the Septuagint. I don't. I don't. Like the origin of it is before Christ. You know. I don't know if you knew it was multiple manuscripts of it. Did you know it was multiple manuscripts that dated like different times? Like I'm still finding out stuff about it, but does that change anything for you? Because you was telling me it was after Christ. Does that help? You say please give your link. There's an old Italian saying a translator is a betrayer. What? Well, what does that have to do? I'm saying I don't know. Okay, wait a minute. But what does that have to do with you get how this can go like wrong? Okay, you don't have Facebook. Okay, cool. I'll let him know to try to put some of his videos on YouTube, and I might have to just help him because stuff like this I haven't did yet. I might have to invite him and do a video with him on it. I think that's a good idea. But okay, you said Italian, say translator. Did you look up the definition of translator? I mean, because you say Italian say that, but what does translator mean? Just the original definition. Like, no Italian. I don't know if you mean like an Italian person said that, but translator means a person who translates from one language into another, especially as a profession. Also, it can mean a program that translates from one programming language into another. Those are some of the basic definitions. Synonyms are interpreter, transcriber, things like that. Nowhere in there did it say what you just said. You're going to have to start verifying things differently. Like, just look up basic definitions and things, because that's not what a translator means. A translator can be a betrayer, but a translator is what that just said. It's somebody that translates from one language to another, or translates something into another language from a different language, and stuff like that. It's people that can translate stuff from a language into another language and intentionally mess it up, add things and take away and do wicked things, but Not all people do that. It's up to the individual. So that definition isn't correct. Well, man, maybe one day you can make a Facebook. Have you ever made a Facebook? Because they don't deactivate your pages. I mean, they don't like delete them unless you know how. They just deactivate it, and then you can just go and reactivate it. But maybe you should, because this comes down to a degree your salvation. I don't know if you still um, good without the Septuagint being valid in your understanding, but if you still get in the kingdom of God without, validating the Septuagint for yourself, okay, you don't need it. But if this bothers your or hinders your walk with the Most High, or salvation, you need to get Facebook, or you need to um, get into this a bit more. Maybe. Nah. mm So I don't think I need to be online for anything else. Let me see. Let me see. You said there is an old Italian saying. Oh, it was an old Italian saying. I thought you were saying like some old Italian person said it. But man, that it's a lot of sayings out there, man. It's a saying that whenever it was something like every time the bell rings, an angel get his wings, or another angel get his wings, something like that from this old movie. Man, that can't be verified either. It's just stuff people say. It's a lot of stuff people say. People say once you go black, you never go back. But there's people that went black, um, or a certain race, and did go back. Never mind. But anyway, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. So put it this way: I went mixed, and to me at the time that was the best for me, mixed. But as they call it anyway. But I went back, so it would be like somebody saying once you go mixed, you never go back. But I went back. Um, it's it's just a saying. It's not always accurate for everybody. But that saying is not like in a dictionary though, for the definition of a translator. If it if it's supposed to be in a dictionary for that definition, they need to update the dictionaries because it ain't in there. So that's that. No, it's just an old Italian proverb saying very old. Yeah, I understand now. Yeah, man, you gotta have to read that, man. Maybe I'll do something with it in the future, but I gotta stick with the KJV demonology. But this will give me something to do, so I'm gonna keep it in mind because I need a lot of stuff to be distracted with. So I'll keep this in mind, and maybe this could be something I'm distracted with to help me out because I need distractions, lots of them. I actually need to be in my room right now folding up some clothes. I got maybe maybe 40 minutes left before everything is done. So I'm gonna go and do all that because I got a bunch of clothes on my bed. So I'm gonna get out of here. Thanks for joining me and talking to me. I didn't read everything y'all was saying because some of that stuff I was too sleepy to read out loud. But thanks for the conversation and the information. So most I will in the future, I'll do some more videos and lives regarding some of these topics. Septuagint, I will speak to the brother about that. Most High willing, and maybe he can put some stuff on YouTube and help out in some way for you. You say, nah, I disagree with Facebook policy. Okay, well, okay. Well, you can stay on YouTube, but closed the account many years ago. Okay, okay. You also say I didn't say I believe the saying. I just found it interesting. Oh, okay, okay. Well, I'm gonna get out of here though, but I appreciate all the comments from people, the conversations and everything. Let's do it again. Most I will soon. I don't know when. I'm not planning anything. Not yet. All right. Peace be to y'all and the saints.